Paige Peterson, thank you for the 4 months. Hey, how are you doing? What have you been up to? So I was on a 2-week crack binge down under. They got the best crack. They got the best crack? Yeah. Yeah, they got the best crack. Question mark after every fucking thing you say. Yeah. Every possible thing in Australia is always got to be in the form of a question. No, I still can't do it. I was around them for 2 weeks and I still can't fucking do an accent. Whatever. Anyways. Some part of my life, I don't even know how addicted I was until now. You had the shakes. You were getting the shakies. The shookies. I'm back, baby. I'm back. I like Australia. Yeah, I mean, it was... So I was in the city of Perth. And the city of Perth is a nice city in Australia. But everything opens at 10 a.m. and closes at fucking like 6 p.m. Which kind of blows, you know what I mean? It just seems like everyone's just like permanently chilling on a massive chill max session. You got the rest of your sleeve done? Like Oreo sleeve? Just finished off a sleeve of Oreos. Or a sleeve of Pringles. Oi, blimey. I tapped another video. Great play on the accent. Yeah, it's not. I don't know. No matter how many times I hear it, I just want to like go back into some stupid Cockney bullshit. See any giant spiders? I did not. It was winter down there. Quote unquote winter. Which a winter in Australia is like a beautiful spring, beginning of spring, like fall. Like think about the most perfect evening to go trick-or-treating in the northeast United States. And that's what you got for winter. It was just so funny, like everywhere you went, people were wearing like winter coats, big puffy bullshit, hats and scarves like they're about to go make Frosty the Snowman. And I'm wearing fucking shorts and a t-shirt and like sweating. I'm literally sweating. And other people are like, ooh, bit nipply, eh? Bit nipply, eh? Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yes. You're not cold. You're not cold. I don't even know. Sarah, welcome back for 4 months. Missed your live streams. I think I got caught up on all the member content while you were gone. Glad you have a good trip. Dude. Also, you know what's nuts? That fucking compilation of like creepypasta videos stuff that I posted. That video was such a fucking banger, dude. That got like way more views than really any video I've seen in a while on the channel. And I was very Wasn't expecting an AI image last video. Which one was that? Oh. Well, I had to make stuff. I had to get going. And sometimes it's like you try to communicate with people, but they don't get back to you in time before you gotta get shit up, so you just gotta get shit done. You feel me, dog? You're on a diet, so it's saltines for you. Saltines? What the fuck kind of... Are you counting your calories? I feel like saltines are still not a great diet food. But yeah, you know, it was interesting. I didn't see any of the crazy Outback or anything. I really just saw, yeah, saltine only diet, no water. You have to eat 15 packets of saltines without any drink. When you're blowing glass, that's cool. You have to tag me in a glass blowing video. I'll share it. Put some cool music in the background. Did you go to Australia? I did. Yep, I'm back, baby. Oh my god, bro. Okay, so listen to this. Listen to this route. I drive to Baltimore. I get there 3 hours ahead of time. I only needed to be there really like an hour ahead of time. So I'm chilling in the fucking airport. I fly to Dallas. Wort. Fly to Dallas. And then it's 5 hours wait in a Dallas airport. And then from Dallas, after 5 hours wandering around their mall, which I'm not even joking, like people say that malls in America are dying. They've just moved to airports. And you're forced to wander around them and pay exorbitant prices because where the fuck else are you gonna go? You can't leave or you get killed. There's minefields all around it for security's purposes, for national security. Apparently I have an electrolyte imbalance, so I'm drinking 2 Powerades a day. Interesting. There's some good other ones like, what's that? LMNT, Element. That shit's pretty good. There's like various other ones. I think one was called like Water Boy. They're very like salty. I really like those. Welcome to Mallport. Yeah, it's pretty much what it is. Where you're paying like 3 times the price. Anyways, Dallas, 5-hour layover, and then a 16-hour flight to Melbourne. Not Melbourne, Melbourne. Melbourne. Hey, Melbourne, yeah. And then there in Melbourne, well, the flight over was interesting. There was actually a really nice Australian woman next to me. She was like, well, she described herself as menopausal, so I'm just throwing that out there because she said that, but it was actually really interesting because looking at her, she had a kind of a look of like, she was older, you know what I mean? And she had like this very short, you know, efficiency haircut, you know, power haircut, very aerodynamic, maybe had a bit of Jellington in it. Big frame glasses, right? And every piece of conversation involved, yeah. Like everything I ever said, she responded with, yeah. And that's fine. It was funny. But it was strange because then I got to Australia and there were so many like people that looked just like her with those like big frame glasses, you know, aerodynamic haircut. You know, it was just I don't know, it just seemed like almost like a sort of, I like, you know, like the the programmers didn't know I was going to Australia, said that they had to like quickly make a few like create a characters and copy and paste them in like different skins, wearing different jackets and stuff. Down under. And the men were interesting over there too. Like there was like two versions of men. There was ones that like looked very like hipster, where they wore like, you ever see those like, it's not necessarily like a puffy winter coat, but it's almost like a, I'm ready for a really brisk hike coat. Like I'm going to survive a sudden snow squall that won't happen in Australia. Or I could do Tai Chi out of nowhere just to show that I'm still flexible at 45. And I don't know, I guess I admired it. Basically it let me know that like every dad in Australia was like sort of a DILF. Like they were all like pretty DTF. Not for me, of course, but just really anything that came their way. Any kangaroo pouch, they were diving in. Or the other alternative version was there was so many people with these fucking, it was like a mullet. There was like the highest, I have not seen that many mullets since like 1975. It was like the front hat was like a bowl cut, the sides were shaved, and then they had like the longest fucking like rat tail ever. And I was like, damn, those must be the warriors. That must be the warrior class down here. And then a lot of people had vapes, which I thought was interesting. A lot of fucking vapes. Everybody was sucking on a vape, blowing fucking clouds. Just absolutely blowing O's. It was business in the front, party in the back. That is the definition of Australian. That's their national motto. Bogans, I don't know. I've heard of bogans, but these people look like they intended on that haircut. You know, it doesn't look like they were born into it. Like, you know what I mean? When you see someone who has a mullet and you're just like, yeah, that's the hair they came out of their mom's vagina with. You know, these guys look like they were doing it to show off. A lot of dreads, which is interesting. But yeah, it was, everything was so fucking expensive. Was weed legal? I don't know. I didn't go looking. But everything was so expensive. Like, their dollar is one of their dollars is worth 0.66 of a US dollar. So, like, I don't know, every meal that you get, even just like a really basic meal that you'd expect to pay like maybe $20 for or something at the most in American, you were paying like double that. And maybe because it was the city, but it just seemed like so much shit was so fucking expensive. I remember going to the gym in the morning one time to just get a little lift in, and the news was on, and I don't even know, it was just like some guy on the floor outside of like in the street, and two cops had like tasers pointed at him. Well, it was weird. One guy was holding him down where he was like handcuffed behind his back, and they had a taser pointed at him, and the other guy that was pointing the taser kept like shifting around him, like yelling commands or something. And then the headline just said like, man found with knife in museum or something like that. I was like, Jesus Christ, what the fuck happened? Because it's just like funny, because if you come to Pennsylvania, it's like you can see knives in like literally everybody's pockets, like just ready to, you never know when you're gonna have to cut some fucking cattle wire or some shit, you know what I mean, or cut a bale of hay. And it's just like sad to think that I don't know, that guy like probably just like casually had it on him, and maybe a fucking thing went off. The alarm went off, and then he's just on the ground handcuffed. Can you make a video only told from adults' perspectives? I feel like that's a lot of them. I feel like very seldom do we get, I mean, we might get like teenage stories that are kind of not great, but I feel like most stories are told from people over the age of 18, adult. Mullets are back, baby. Yeah, they just have sword fights down under. I don't know, it felt very safe though, like in Perth. Perth was a very safe area. So that was interesting. Video told from a kid's perspective. I guess kind of have that, but it might be like people's recollections of their childhood, you know, and you sometimes get that. Those family secrets videos sometimes tend to have a lot of like stuff told from whenever they were small. Here in New England, we get stuck in traffic for 2 hours because everyone has to try this one lobster roll before they leave the state. You gotta try it. They're all just like coming out of Red Lobster drive-thru. I should go to Peru. Yeah, what's happening in Peru? Is it cheap? I want to go somewhere where I can just like live like a king for a little while, you know what I mean? I feel like Australia is not the place for that. I heard the Philippines, the Philippines is the spot. Visit Somalia. I'd probably skip Somalia. Don't join a live at the very end. Vietnam has the best cheap food. Yeah. What time of the year is it to go where you like don't get burned up into a crisp? Stop motion. Thank you for the 3 months. Says, welcome back, my friend. I got some videos of the little A-frame and I tagged you on the tube. Not sure how this works, but whatever. On YouTube? Interesting. Yeah, I don't really get notifications for getting tagged on YouTube. So maybe on another social media platform I'd be more likely to see it. I'm not even sure where to look for like getting tagged on YouTube. Come to Jacksonville, North Carolina. There's nothing here, but it'll be cool seeing you. I shall think about it. Bulgaria? Interesting. Favorite part of the trip? Well, I saw some movies. I watched a lot of movies when I was there. Like too many movies. Because the plane ride was long. And I watched that movie, what is it? Killers of the Flower Moon, which was about the Osage tribe whenever like oil was really popping off, and they were able to maintain their like head rights to the land that they owned, to like sell it to the government and like make a shit ton of money from selling their land to oil and stuff. And I genuinely thought that movie was so ridiculous and boring. Because spoiler alert. Like, would it... Okay, so just to give you a play on it, basically what happens is a bunch of the random white dudes in it move there to specifically marry these Osage women and then, like, kill them in, like, mysterious circumstances. And then basically by being married to them, they get their head rights to their oil, and now they're rich for generations or whatever. And I was just like... And by the point Leonardo DiCaprio's character is involved in this story, and one of the Osage women marries him, they were already like 30 people deep. They were already like 30 people deep into like murders. And I was like, would it kill them? Would it literally kill any of them? Or actually, rather, would it not kill them to just like not marry a white dude like one fucking time? Like, is there just like no fucking pattern recognition skills going on here? Or is, I mean, Leonardo DiCaprio is a good looking guy, so I don't blame her falling for the wiles of the DiCaprio, but there was just something there that just like really didn't add up after a while, and I could not feel bad for that character anymore. I'm like, just get the fuck out of there. Like, run away. What the fuck are you doing? Stop dating that guy. He's literally feeding you fucking rat poison. Owned by cats with the twos. Happy to have you home safely. Thank you, my friend. Good to see you. Oh, whoops. Yeah, the timer restarted. I guess we're starting. No more jabbering. I had a lot of jabbering to do, but we can still do it as we go along. And David De La Rosa, thank you for the one Buccarino. Would be cool from the perspective of an animal, or stories from North Carolina. Are they one and the same, or JK? What's up, Brianna? Who do you think is the best horror story narration voice? I don't know, but on the one plane I was listening to an H.P. Lovecraft story, The Call of Cthulhu, and the narrator on that shit was some like British dude, and he was fucking killing it, man. Like, and he looked like he was just doing it so effortlessly, like, but man, he was just ripping that shit up. I mean, I'm sure I could go in and like find the name and stuff, but it was a big compilation of, it was like the Necronomicon kind of shit. But dude, I don't know, British accents, I think they just have a knack for that kind of thing, you know what I mean? Maybe not all the accents, but certain ones just like really hit right. Stephen Fry. Or wait, have you heard that one specifically? It was on Audible, Necronomicon, like a green cover. There was quite a few different narrators. One of them I felt like was like AI. It sounded so weird, but that one was really solid. And also, like, I don't even know. It might have been the delirium of being on a plane for like literally half of a day and just sitting there and your ass going fucking numb and the blood not quite getting to your brain as well. But there was like something about like the just like absolute melodic writing description and like pacing of H.P. Lovecraft that is just like him just like describing an area or like building up to the feeling that someone was feeling, like pertaining to like just the aura of like a foggy dock, you know what I mean? Like there's something about that where he's not like, because in the Call of Cthulhu, like nothing really fucking happens. It's all just this constant like allowing your imagination to wonder what the fuck has happened or what has people gone through. But there's still something like so enthralling about like his writing that just like pulls you in. Jeremy Johnson, welcome to the Butter Sock Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Would you say you have a favorite kind of urban legend? I'm not really sure. I guess depends on which ones fall into that category, but I definitely love the cryptid stuff if that's kind of in that vibe. And David, thank you for the two. So it's good to have you back, Joey. Did you fight a great white? I did, yeah. They were in every glass of water that I drank there. Punched it right in the nads. Also, it's funny, you get like people talked about like fighting a big spider or something. Earlier today, I watched every episode of season 1 of Smiling Friends. Great fucking show, by the way. Just so fucking funny. And as I was sitting there, I like felt something crawl up to my like right interior like elbow, and I was like, bug, you know. So you go to slap it and like slide it off, and like in the span of time of me slapping and going to slide, it like fucking bit me, whatever it was, and it was a mysterious bug that I like didn't get to see what the fuck it was. And I looked at my arm, and it immediately had like, it looked like whenever you get bit by a mosquito after like the next day and stuff, where it had that kind of like bump. Wait, what can you... Sammy, I just moved from California. Compared to here, Cali is yuck. Yeah, there's a lot of... Like, that first episode of Smiling Friends, I've seen like almost all of it from just memes, because it's just like so quotable. Also, I like put together like Mr. Frog. Hello, Mr. Frog. Or whatever his voice is or whatever. And it, because I saw a meme where it was like that In Praise of Shadows guy, the guy that went after like Wendigoon for literally nothing. And the meme was like something like, Wendigoon was associated with Mr. Frog, who was known to put a TMZ reporter in his mouth. Or something. It's just like, do a Glep impression. Yeah, what was it? Or is it? Glep was so funny just because. I love that they use all the characters, like they really like develop on all the characters' perspectives. Even if it's just like quick, you kind of get like a view of things. Whatever consider living in Australia. I don't think so. There was just a lot of like stress, I guess, of being away from home. And then like, man, like just that flight, for some reason the flight back, usually people say like the flight to somewhere is like longer than the flight back, but the flight home just felt like so much longer because I just knew what I was in for. And the fact that it was so confusing on my mind because we did like an overnight flight the first time, right? Or like it led into an overnight flight. And then, so you fly overnight, and then I had to like fly overnight again. And it was just like, wait, have I been in the air for 48 hours? But then you also like went backwards in time because you were going towards the United States. So it was just so confusing on the body. And I got back like at noon and took a shower, and I just like was like, I'll just take a quick nap. And I just fucking like slept for 7 hours straight. Babes, Mariba, thank you for the 5 gifters to Rafaela Pineda, Elvis Press Play, Amber Lamb, Charlie Saunders, and Brianna Bear. Welcome, my friends. You now have access to bonus content. Oh, man. Gleb is easily my favorite. Got a good wife, became a good politician, had grandchildren. He's living like he did, yeah. Oh, man. Yeah, we fought every animal. We fought a man, bear, pig in Australia. But yeah, there definitely wasn't any sort of like culture shock in Australia. I mean, it's just, at least in Perth, it was just, everything was like, oh, no worries. No worries. Ah, no worries. No worries. Good on ya. Eh, no worries. Good on ya. You know, it's just like, and it's funny because like, you know, I've all like, I say no worries all the time in real life. No, Australia's not that it's not real life, but so it kind of flowed pretty easy there. Australia, spiders the size of dolphins, yeah. Jet lag is rough. Yeah, I mean, it was just tough because it's like, you know, I fortunately had like a window seat, but like the window seat fucking is also kind of shitty because you're basically just like trapped there. So if you ever have to like, you know, I pretty much don't eat anything while traveling because it's like if you eat something, if you drink too much, you're like, I'm gonna piss. I have to fucking let out a massive fart, and I can't fart in front of these people or they're gonna be like disgusted by me and they don't even know who I am. Even if you were to like have some of the most like life-changing conversation with them, I still think that they would look at you kind of weird if you let out a big stinker. And so I'm just like, I'm not, and then, you know, and then it's like if they're getting like jet lag, fucking hallucinogenic sleep, where their head's just like bobbing forward and like, oh shit, what the fuck? Samira with the big 45 says, glad to have you back, Joel. Thank you, Samira. Thank you so much. Very, very kind. Appreciate you. Oh, it's good to be back, honestly. Oh yeah, then before I came on here, I was like getting ready. I was gonna stream. I was all ready to rock and roll, and then, you know, I'm on the turlet, and all of a sudden, when I come out of the turlet, well, Pradeep passed me. He comes into the bathroom. You know, he's got to investigate what the fuck's going on. Then he leaves, and I come out, and I have like dirty laundry or whatever that I have to fucking wash on the floor. I walk out and Pradeep's fucking squatting on that shit, pissing on it, dude. And that's like never fucking happened. Like never. Like really, literally like one time I can remember a long time ago. And the circumstances were different there. And I don't know, like him, it was just so like random. I was just like, fuck me, dude. And so like, I don't even know. I'm just like, fuck it. I'm throwing all these clothes out and I have to like clean everything and scrub the fucking floor. And it's just like, It was a brief little nightmare of, yeah, Mark too, and that's what I'm like afraid of. And I have that stuff where it's like, it's called Stupid Cat, quote unquote, and it's just like a spray you're supposed to put down after cleaning everything to like mark it so that they don't piss there again. Got his like, litter all cleaned out as well. It's just so weird, so random. Shorty Meg, welcome back for 19 months. Just happy to be here still. Can I get a happy birthday, Joel? It was yesterday. Keep me in your thoughts. Fiance was in a very bad car accident Tuesday. Man, I'm so sorry to hear that. And happy birthday. I apologize for all the craziness, but thank you for 19 months. It's good to see you. And Terry, welcome back for 26 months. Says, please say you still have access to bonus content. In your eye of candy in my van voice. I've missed it. You still. I haven't seen you there. Have you even looked at it? I made that bonus content just for you. You think your boyfriend farts and poops more than anyone in the world. Technically there is someone right now on the earth who shits more and farts more than everybody else. Like per, volumetric cube of space, they've created the most shit and probably the most flatulence. Grandma, thank you for the gift or two. Astrid Cav. Welcome, Astrid. Newsflash, it's me. We got a celebrity in the chat. World's biggest shitter, Joni. Probably a small person, yeah. Oh, fuck. Well, I'll get that later, I guess. I have to get my lip lube. He had to be hospitalized? Damn, dude. He was mad at me for leaving him. Maybe. But it's like I came home and we had a whole like ass day together yesterday, cuddled for a long time. And me and your maker tight. Yeah, we're well, it's not, I don't talk to him like really. I don't talk to really anybody ever, but we have talked from time to time, and I would say probably could send a meme or two and make each other laugh. But I do know that people say we sound similar. I listen every day. It's my first time alive. Good to be here. Good to have you, Jude. Yeah, I'm kind of slow to getting started here tonight just because I was in a trip to Australia. It was a good time. Fun to see the other side of the world, different perspectives, different land. But, they drive on the left side, but everyone eats, they eat Burger King, but it's called like, what's it called over there? Hungry Jack? Is it called Hungry Jack? Yeah, Hungry Jack's is just fucking Burger King Australian. I don't know why they used a different name. What's up, Tiny? Yeah, that's all I really can talk about. That's the only interesting thing on planet Earth is talking about shitting and farting. That's why I love monkeys and apes and various simian beasts, because they just remind me of the good old days. Did I try kangaroo meat? I actually did. I went to a place that had it, and it basically tastes like a little bit of a chewier steak, which in that case it's just exactly like steak. But yeah, and other things will come to me as I like remember it. Man, there was just so much shit. Yeah, that Flower Moon movie was just like at one point you kind of like in the beginning you kind of feel. I feel like every movie does really well in the beginning. Because it has, I don't know, it's almost like the cinematography of the film, the build up, like the pacing is all really, really good. And then like as a movie goes on, it seems like it like loses that sense of artistic presentation, I guess. I don't even know. Did it taste like steak though? I think it honestly tasted like steak. Yeah, no boa constrictor, sadly. Oh, you want to see it? I'm sorry. I don't mean to ruin it. Ever try orangutan poontang? Yeah, I've been balls deep in that shit. All right, let's read a little bit of stories. If you guys have any questions, ask them, because it might bring back some other memories. You know how like you like want you do so much random shit that you like forget half the shit you did. But I did watch a lot of movies too in the meantime. I used to work for a private investigations firm called AIS. AIS stood for Atlas Investigative Solutions, and at the time, they were probably the most highly regarded PI firm in the UK. They only hired ex-military and former police officers, and even then, they didn't just accept any old tosser. They invited you for an interview, talked about your service record and your credentials, and they were very thorough. They wanted the best, and in return they offered extremely generous wage packets. In 1991, an old pal of mine had received a call from one of their recruitment officers not long after the pair of us had been discharged from the Army. But since he'd promised to be much more family-oriented post-discharge, he turned the role down in favor of a local 9-to-5. But knowing I was a single bloke and one more interested that... Okay. Yeah, I adopted a baby wombat, cooked it on the bobby, had an authentic bloomin' onion. That's where they all started. That was actually invented by the Aboriginals. People don't know that. That was one of their claim to fames. Lost over 10 pounds since my last visit, which is good. Dude, I gained weight down in Australia. It was bad. It was bad. I was working out the first week a little bit here and there, and then I just lost steam, and I don't even know, just eating. Just kept eating and eating. They have Outback Steakhouses down there. Dude, every restaurant is that. That and Hungry Jack, and that's it. Did you eat a Vegemite sandwich? You know, my friend got me some Vegemite because they thought it was funny, but I didn't even open it or taste it yet. But I have it, so I'm curious how it's gonna be. You gained 10 pounds since you left? Dude, we're in weight gain synchrony right now. The cut's gonna go crazy. Yeah, exactly. I'm just gonna start cutting the weight out, just chopping and screwing. Should taste it right now on stream. Okay, yeah, that'd be cool. I'll be right back. Let me go. Wait, where did I put it? Okay, yeah, wait. Okay, hopefully I can find it. Be right back. Alright, ladies and gentlemen. I've got here some Vegemite. Shall we crack it open? It's unopened. I hope you don't have to refrigerate it. That's what I was worried about. Suitable for vegetarians and vegans. Oh, yay. Store in a cool, dry place. Alright, so that might mean that you don't have to keep it in a fridge. Contains wheat and gluten. It's a deal breaker. Alright, you get to hear some ASMR. It's my butthole opening. Oh. What the fuck? It's like, I'm smelling it right now, and it smells like if you took soy sauce and turned it into fucking, like, Nutella. That's kind of the vibe that I feel like I'm about to get hit with. Alright, here we go. Got my spoon ready. Oh wow, it's thick. What the fuck? That is Nutella consistency. Here we go. Oh. Yeah. Ew. Oh my god. Oh my god. Ew. Ew, dude. Ew. Ew. What the fuck? Who? Why? That tastes like throw up. That actually, did you ever throw up before? And like, oh my god. Ew, what the fuck? Okay. Wow, that's so gross. That's so fucking gross. Oh shit. Oh yeah. Thank you for the 30 payment for suffering through the Vegemite. Dude, like, what the fuck? Okay, if you've ever thrown up before after like a night of drinking, right? And your throw up gets to the point where it's like no longer the alcohol. It's just like the bile in the back of your throat. That's what it tastes like. It tastes like someone took throw up and mixed it with fucking, you know, tarmac and soy sauce, and that's what you fucking get. Jesus Christ, dude. Is that what they ate when they were prisoners? When they came across the water and were like prisoners by the British, this is the shit that they fucking ate. Ew, man. Check out our mighty merch store. Yeah, I don't want any of your merch. I want nothing. Like, it's almost like funny to have this, but it's all, I feel like it's also a biohazard and I shouldn't keep it. Ugh. Jesus Christ. They only make... Imagine that. Imagine making a product so disgusting that you actually make money based on just how novel the idea of purchasing it is. They're like, oh, that's the guy that bought the fucking peanut butter throw-up spread. Ha 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 ha. It is like a gag gift. Like, this is some shit I could see them selling at fucking Spencer's. Like, you could buy Vegemite at Hot Topic along with, like, a big furry dildo or something for grandma. Dude, oh my god. Remember whenever they made, remember when they made the fucking Harry Potter jelly beans that tasted like earwax and other bodily fluids? They should have made it a fucking... They'd probably base it all off of Vegemite. They probably made it all with Vegemite. Yuck. Where can I get 6 more bottles of that? I don't even know. I don't even know a circumstance upon tasting that in which you would ever in your right, logical, sane, not fucking hit with a shovel mind, ever include this with any other consumable good. Like, this does not complement a single thing on planet Earth. God, dude. You could leave this out for, like, bugs, and bugs would come to kill you in the middle of the night. Like, you would come out and, like, there would be a colony of ants just, like, dead all around it. God. Not even fucking... Flies wouldn't even lay their shit eggs in that crap, dude. It's fucking bad. Ugh. You love Vegemite? Alright, let me give it another sniff. I mean, the sniff is not bad. You get like a soy sauce vibe, and you're kind of reminded of like sushi. And you're like, alright, what am I in for here? Is it just a little salty? But like that, the taste... You go through a fucking adventure with that shit. But the final, the 95% of your palate is experiencing like PTSD from fucking vomiting up rum and tequila mixed. Holy shit. Would you advise getting 2 jobs? Work as an engineer remotely. I don't have last interview this week for a second job as an engineer remotely. I found with a lot of downtime, people have told me you'd pay a big tax. Well, yeah, if you just do the calculations if you would be brought up to a higher bracket, I guess. But most likely your employer is going to pull it out of your paycheck anyways, I guess. So, and if you have the time and, you have a purpose for the money, say you're trying to pay down your debt on your car or your house or some shit, I guess that would make some sense. Or maybe you want to take out some more debt and you want to show the bank that you can handle it. I don't know. Do I like kimchi? Yeah, kimchi's fine. That shit is not kimchi, though. Al is creeping on me. Who's Al? Where's Al at? Al can creep all he want. Next time, heat it up in the microwave and just eat spoonfuls? Oh, my God. I honestly think that this might have been something they used as like a torture mechanism. Like this is shit that like you go down to fucking Guantanamo Bay and this is what they use to get information out of like Al-Qaeda members and shit. This is not good. Like remember whenever in Monsters Inc. they're like, we got a 2319. It wasn't a sock. It was a bottle of... Like I love how they say this. Vegemite B vitamins for vitality. Like they use fucking vitamins to convince you that it's like worth your fucking time. Let's see what's even in it. Also, I hate that you go there and everything's in Celsius and everything's in kilojoules and not just fucking calories. Like, god damn. We got B1, B2, B3, B9, and fucking a bunch of sodium. Ugh, get out of here. I'm just gonna keep it. Put it in my fucking shed, just as a reminder of how dangerous Australia is. By your calculations, you'll be making $230K a year with a second job. Scared because people have told me that I pay a lot of taxes. My job is easy right now. Well, I mean, like it's not like you technically would be paying. Like, say you made $230K at your current job, it's not like you would be paying more taxes because you work 2 jobs. It's like if you made that same amount at your current job, you would still fall into a higher bracket and pay money. If you absolutely disdain paying taxes to the government, which I totally understand, maybe you could take some of that and contribute it to like a retirement account that isn't able to be taxed by the government till a certain time, like till you actually like take out of it later in life, and you could max that out. You know what I mean? You can max it out at like whatever your state bullshit is. Maybe it's federal as well. I don't know. But yeah, if you as long as you don't mind working more and you just you want to make more money to have more money, unfortunately everything is death and taxes is always guaranteed, sadly. Which, honestly, I wish that would be like more of a fucking thing that people would bitch about online. Like, you always see like people on Twitter like, the bourgeoisie, we need a revolution, we need the guillotine again to cut people's heads off. It's like, why? Can't you just complain about high taxes and lowering our taxes? Like, why does no one ever bitch about taxes being high? That the people that complain the most never complain about good shit. Sully, thank you for the 10. Says cheers to bile. Yeah, dude, that is derived from human bile. Maybe it's good. Maybe it helps with digestion. I don't know. What's up, Skrilla? Australia was good though. Bro, 1 million ads is insane. You're just there for like most of your life, and And then the and the stream finally plays when you're like on your deathbed, and it says like stream has been offline for 75 years. Make the ultra rich pay their taxes, not the working people. Yeah, I don't fucking know, dude. I have no fucking clue. I mean, how about make nobody pay taxes? Because the government sucks at fucking doing its job anyways. Let all of us take care of it, just independently. And I think we'll be fucking fine. All I really feel like the government is there for is to protect us with the military, hopefully, and keep that shit organized. And make sure that our deals that we do with each other go down appropriately. Beyond that, I think the government is just like so fucking beyond corrupt and inefficient that it's just I'm a government shill, bro. No, I'm fucking a government kill. You hear me? I'm just kidding. But seriously, I paying taxes fucking sucks, bro. It's like I didn't realize how much I genuinely did not like writing checks to the IRS until I started YouTube. You miss Alex Jones? I think Alex Jones, you can still watch his shit on his website if you want to, but I don't know. I think all the politics is stupid, dude. Because think about how much, I mean, I've talked about this before, but think about how much fucking time and energy you've wasted because somebody told you about something related to politics or the news online. Like, imagine if you just lived out in like the forest in a cave, like Gollum. Gollum doesn't care. Gollum doesn't even know what a Democrat is. You know what I mean? Gollum. Actually, I feel like that like tribalism is so built into us that Gollum actually developed his own Democrat and Republican system inside of his head, where he has like two personalities, just arguing with himself. That's how prone we as human beings are to like conflict, that we need to like create conflict in our own head with multiple personalities. Yeah, Gollum knows. Gollum knows ring and fish. Ring, process, and fish. Ah. You technically can go to Gollum's times. Like, all you have to do is find a nice hole in the misty mountains and just climb on in. But knowing I was a single bloke and one more interested in padding my bank account than living the easy life, he put me in touch with the recruiter. I should tell you right now that about 60 to 70% of private detective jobs are extremely boring. AIS might have been one of the most reliable and well-respected firms in the UK, but it didn't mean that we were all off playing 007. The majority of our clients were upper middle-class professional types, with the occasional celebrity or member of high society putting in a request for some discreet information gathering. But the kinds of jobs we did for that lot were, for the most part, the same as any other type of people. Only instead of sitting in a car on a council estate waiting for someone's secret lover to turn up at a block of flats, you were sitting in a car outside some fancy 3-story Victorian manor, waiting for someone's secret lover to turn up in a Rolls Royce. The only difference was the location. But what were fairly unique to the upper class were that we at AIS used to call non-vulnerable missing Wait, what does it say? But what were fairly unique to the upper classes were what we at AIS used to call non-vulnerable missing persons cases. Oh, I see. Do you think I did wrong by not saying that the second job I already have a job? Last meeting this week will be the only meeting the team already passing coding interviews, grad 2 years ago, never done. Sorry, I have to read that again. Do you think I did wrong by not saying to the second job I already have a job? Well, I guess as long as the hours don't cross-lap with each other and you can do everything appropriately and effectively without interfering with each other's work or whatever in time, fuck them. You know what I mean? Take their money, if it's going to be easy. So sick of politics, people can just talk about food to eat to make the smelliest farts. It's the same shit. If at the end of the day, you're going to be just as broke talking about politics, unless you're some fucking idiot who makes money off talking about politics online. In which case, if you love politics so much, go make a YouTube channel. Go make a Twitch stream, because those fucking dipshits can sit there and pretend they know everything in the world and sell it to you like they know everything in the world. And because of our innate biases in the shit that we think we know, based on usually them telling us anyways, they make money off of us. And that's the whole grifter thing, you know what I mean? And it's like, I get it. Like, they spend all fucking day trying to convince other people of their arguments that I feel like in a lot of ways they end up just creating sort of a subjective reality in their own reality. They just, everything's got to fit some mold because they got to sell it to you as such, because they marketed themselves as such, or they started out as such. And there never truly is a true themselves anymore. They can never really like deviate too much from their perspectives, because now it's like otherwise their money-making machine is going to dry up, or they'll upset their audience or some stupid shit. It's just fucking dumb. We love spreading misinformation. Wasn't that such a weird term, misinformation? Like, that term popped up during COVID, and I was like, what the fuck? Are we in the CIA or some shit spreading misinformation? Like, I'm not undercover. I am not 007 right now, you know? But I love that people fucking say it. They love using that word misinformation like they're part of the auditing board, or, you know, they're part of the council for what is deemed appropriate. Fucking water went down my butthole. Chicken Intelligence Agency. The smartest chicken to ever cross the road. Do I have any tattoos? Just on my lower back. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. Politics is stupid but important. It's good to stay informed, but not to the point where you go down a rabbit hole of doom scrolling it. Yeah. I don't know. I feel that. Like, it's an addiction, honestly. It definitely is an addiction. And it's weird because it's like you stay informed, but like I've attempted to stay informed for quite some time, and I realize I'm like, it doesn't fucking matter, dude. Like, every single motherfucker that is in a position of power probably at some point was at some point to some degree blackmailed. You know, like when you go down, if you ever go down the like Epstein rabbit hole, that shit is fucking scary, because you just realize it's like, holy shit, is our entire nation, both left and right, just completely blackmailed from both sides? And it's just everything we're seeing is just like some abstract show. Which in which case it's like you still end up at the same, you know, you still end up broke. You're still broke. Like, if objectively you can point to yourself being informed or not, you can be informed and broke, or you can be dumb and broke. And I think I would rather just be fucking ignorant and broke. I really don't care. I'd rather just live a blissfully clueless life, just having absolutely no thoughts in my head, just staring into nothing, but I have a smile on. The chicken truly never did cross the road. But what were... Fuck, I can't hit this right. But what were fairly unique to the upper classes were what we at AIS used to call non-vulnerable missing persons cases. I personally dealt with half a dozen separate cases involving kids of wealthy parents going missing. But I use the term very It's hard to ignore what's going on. Yeah, if you spend all day on social media, you're gonna see some shit, you know, in the comments and, you know, in your stuff. But I mean, I'm not saying you don't have to. You can look at whatever you want. I don't care. I'm just saying that, like, who's happier? You at, I'm just guessing, I'm not saying, just a hypothetical person, but you at 24 who's pissed about what's going on halfway across the world, or you when you were 4 years old and you got your very first fucking Pokemon card and it was the most precious thing in the world to you because no one had that holographic at school and you couldn't fucking wait to show your friends, and you're so fucking stoked that your parents got that for you, or your, you know, fucking uncle bought it for you, you know what I mean? Just like the bliss of experiencing something uniquely yours and new. Tony 6 trying to survive. Hell yeah, dude. I feel you. I like my bubble. I try to only spend energy on focus on things I control. Yourself. Yeah, doesn't that feel better? I mean, you can go to the gym, you can go hiking, you can play video games, you could draw fucking furry porn on your little iPad, and someone will pay you money for it. I'm not saying you should, but it's there. And, you know, that is going to bring you infinitely more positive direction than whatever the fuck Twitter's telling you to think. You can do your taxes. Hell yeah, dude. Bad kids have to ruin it. I know, they come up and rip your card in half, and you wait 5 years to shove a pencil in their neck. You got to keep that wonder. Literally stop and smell the roses, and life is better even if you learn about the bad stuff happening. Yeah, because, you know, I mean, what's the old prayer where it's like the serenity to accept the things you can't change, and I don't know, it's the will to change the things you can, or whatever. And it's like, I don't know, I feel like that shit stays true, and that's why it's like an sort of ancient psalm of sorts, an ancient mantra. I hope that's the right word. But Solly with the 10 says, Joel, vacation, energize. Hell yeah, dude. I know it's kind of bad that I started the stream so late. I wish Pradeep didn't piss all over my clothes, which is weird. I don't know. I like even like prior to me leaving, I changed his litter out and stuff, and then for him to like wait for me to come home, us like to cuddle and hang out and be bestest buddies again, him to be happy, and then just like, honestly, I think the fact that I was shitting on the toilet and also pissing at the same time made, when he walked in, I think it like put into his head that he should just go and piss on my clothes, because he heard like the trickle of piss and he was like, yeah, you're right, I should just take a whiz right now. And I don't know, activated something. He might have been mad at me, but it just seems strange. Like it was like he was not mad, and then he was like reminded. He's like, wait a second, didn't you leave for 2 weeks, you piece of shit? Psst. Did I watch the new Jeff Cavalier video? Is he leaving to join the Marines? Hey guys, I've been called up for World War III. Bulletproof chest workout. Oh shit. Gotta check that out. My shoulder's been feeling really good though. I was kind of worried like going on fucking Jarate. I was kind of worried going on vacation I would like it would come back and start to hurt, but I've been feeling good. I've had over 200 USD worth of stuff stolen from me when I was a kid. They may have be petty to the system, but to a kid at that time, this is all they have, to which can't easily be replaced to them. Yeah, so it holds even more weight in your heart. He's kind of a hack. Who's that, Jeff? Yeah, I don't know. He looks good. Like he's clearly in shape and he's doing his thing and stuff. But I guess it's just the presentation. It feels very. It just feels boomer-esque. But I guess at the same time, if you can gather some type of, if you're not really caring about personality and you just want info, I think honestly the fitness. I feel bad even saying mean stuff about him because I'm sure he's a fucking nice guy, but like the fitness realm of YouTube, the fitness realm of like Instagram, like you cannot, like you could go on Instagram right now, deadlift 1,200 fucking pounds, set some like new world record for your weight class of 158, and there will still be a pile of haters in there talking about how your form was shit, or that sumo doesn't count, or you know what I mean, just like all, or that you used grips, you know what I mean, like they will find, or the fact that you used a belt was bitch made. You know, it's just so stupid. Your 4 cats will be pissy at you. Yeah, they'll literally be pissy. You just gotta get whoever watches them, you gotta tell them they have to live in the house and like give them lots of attention or they will go nuts. Judith, holy shit, welcome back for, how much is that, 4 years? Hey Joel, your clothes smell funny to him maybe. Did he piss on the ones you took? Hope you have a great down. Oh my god, you're fucking right, dude. Because I had a pile there, right? And those kind of stunk anyways from just being there for 2 weeks. But they weren't that stinky. I was like, I'll wash them when I get back. It was just a pile, you know? And you're right. Like some of the when I got home, I took some of them off, threw them, like jumped in the shower, threw them in that pile. I was like, I'll wash them. And you're fucking right, dude. There must have been something from those clothes that like he smelled and he was like, fuck that. Like somebody else's cat. Like somebody else's cat got on their like yoga pants and then I sat in their weird stench on the air flight home and then it rubbed onto my Gucci sweatpants. Dude, I went into a Gucci store just for fun. I was like, oh, here's a Gucci store. What's this all about? Dude, I'm not even kidding. Like the shittiest, stupidest, fucking like scuffed in like 3 seconds pair of Gucci shoes was like 5,000 fucking Aussie dollars. 5,000. I could never, even if I was like a billionaire in my right mind, ever waste money on fucking Gucci shoes, bro. That is, like, the people who wear, like, I know the one guy's name is literally Gucci Mane, but I hope he gets that shit for free, because fuck, there's the principle of it. And I even asked the guy at the store, I was like, what is it about Gucci that makes it so pricey, would you say? And he's like, yeah, so like, okay, well, basically they like they kind of keep that information like low key, you know what I mean? So like they don't reveal that. I was like, okay, so just made up fucking nonsense. That's what you got to do, guys. You got to like come up with a made up brand and then right out the gate have like just make the brand everything $1,000 baseline and then spend all of your money not on the quality of the good, but having a rapper put your fucking brand right before his actual rapper name, or just make it his rapper name and have him pop off and pretty much put all your money into that advertising. And I think you would make, if you sell one pair of shoes that day, you can pay your entire store's rent. Your fiance has 2 pairs of Gucci shoes, but why though? Does he wear them hiking? Probably not. Like, what is the fucking point? Doesn't even wear them anywhere. He probably doesn't even wear them in the house. Probably doesn't wear them to get the mail. Probably doesn't wear them might wear them to the mall. I could see him wearing them to the mall, but then like he's on edge the whole fucking time and like secretly hoping that somebody scuffs them so he can kill them. I'm just kidding, but that's what I would be. I would be like, I'd be like, you literally just took the pieces of gold on my feet and made them dirty. You shall perish for this. Hey, it worked. True. He wears them sometimes. Yeah, it's like, oh boy. There's a... bad quality and overpriced, so stick with thrift store. I know. And you might do, the crazy thing is, you never know when you might find like some really high quality shit at a thrift store, because I don't know, I feel like people who are actually like into fashion sometimes come across shit in thrift stores. They're like, how is this in here and it's $20? Now I declare a knife fight. Oh yeah, that reminds me, in Australia I got some carrot cake from the store and I wanted to like cut it with a knife, you know what I mean, just because I knew they didn't have any in the hotel. So I fucking go looking for a knife, you know, just a kitchen knife, and I was like, couldn't find it. I'm like, all right, this is kind of weird. And then I see some butter knives. I'm like, well, butter knives will work. And I had to like, they had to check my ID to buy butter knives, and it said because it was like a dangerous good or something like that. And I'm like, what the fuck? Is that what imagine getting fucking robbed on the street with a fucking butter knife. That was probably what the guy had in that museum. He just like ate, it was probably me. Just had some carrot cake and now I have a fucking gun pointed at my head. Do I look 12? I look 13, I'd say. Yeah, I feel like Australia has like this desire. like a desire to be a sort of strange utopia, cashless society, zero crime, all this kind of stuff. But there's something like deep within the spirit of the people that wants to kill, you know what I mean? So it's just really like kind of a strange conflict, you know? Try giving you yeah. You get home and the knives turn into spoons. They just like shape shift. Have I seen the spiders? Yeah. I know, right? Why would they ban all the weapons and knives whenever for as fucking dangerous as all the creatures are there? It's fucking crazy. I personally dealt with half a dozen separate cases involving kids of wealthy parents going missing. But I use that term very loosely because 9 times out of 10, they were just going through a bit of a rebellious period and had run away from home. One girl ran off to live in an all-vegan commune in Hackney. And the police went to... Wait, did I say Hackney right? Hackney. Oh, man. It's nice to be back, though. It's nice to stream. It's nice to chat with you guys. Hackney. Haktua. Ran off to live in an all-vegan commune in Haktua. Bring back a bird-eating spider. It was kind of funny, like... security in America compared to security in... Honestly, airports in, like, Australia, well, at least in Melbourne, was nice. Like, I remember going into the bathrooms and it was like going into, like, a decontamination, like, privacy chamber. It was just like... like these automatic doors with like no one could see inside and you couldn't hear other people like shitting and coming into a toilet next to you. Sweet. And like all of the staff that was there was like super nice and like happy to help you. I feel like in America there's like, all right, come on, you got a bomb? Sir, I asked you got a bomb. No, I don't have a bomb. All right, come on through then. Take your shoes off. It's like, oh my God. Australia with their 9/11 equivalent. Yeah, I feel like there's always like an event that every country is like, oh yeah, this was our 9/11. This is ours. This is ours, guys. This is our 9/11. When I went to Puerto Rico, I found out people steal the clicking frogs and they get fined $15,000. Holy shit. How small are the frogs? Yeah, I had like a case. It was I got my bag searched when I was going through LAX, and I had it was fucking a case, like a card case for Uno Flip. I don't know if you guys have played Uno Flip. I think that was what it was called, but it was like basically you're playing Uno, but then if you play a flip card, the cards all flip, and then you got to play the other way, and it's kind of fun. They like it keeps the game, sort of adds another variable to the game. And he was like, oh, is this a card game? I was like, yep. And he was like, oh, it didn't look like a card game in the scanner. I was like, that's what it is. You mind if I open it? Sure, go ahead. And he was like, all right, yeah, this is a card game. He was like, do I have to put it back in the case? I'm like, it's all good. Because it's... yeah, no, it's a bomb, sir. It's a bomb. It's a bomb. Sorry, I meant it's a bomb-ass game, sir. But... I'm like, no, sir, you can just... Actually, if you would take all the cards and just throw them into the air, that would be preferable for me. I really didn't want to I really wanted to just make this as inconvenient as possible. So if you could just maximize inconvenience, max my life. You hate Uno Flip, it never ends. I don't think I've ever finished one game of it before. That's funny. There was a rule that they said where you can, like, if you have a 3, like say you have a number or whatever to match the previous one or the color, and you can, like, say you can put down a 3, and then you can put, say you have like a red 3 that you put down, then you have a green 3 that you can put down, and then you can do a blue 3 to put down. You can do combos of that, which I didn't know you could do combos, but that actually won me the game one time whenever they had Uno, so that was kind of sick. It was a fucking sick game of Uno Flip, baby. It was nuts. That'd be funny. I like challenge him to a game of Uno flip to get my explosive device through. Just kidding. I love that the Louis C.K. joke where he's like, I had clay. I buy clay. I was planning on making some pottery, and they told me, like, you're gonna have to leave this up here with us or throw it away, sir. And I'm like, what do you mean? It's clay. And he's like, yeah, but it could be plastic explosives. And he's like, what, you gotta leave it here? Or you gotta leave that here, or you gotta throw it away or blow it up here, sir. They scanned you and it beeped over my crotch. Dude, that happened to me one time. I remember going down to Puerto Rico. It scanned right on my crotch, and the guy's like fucking searching around in there. Shit was annoying. And then this time it beeped on my back. It was just funny because he's like, oh, why did that beep on your back, sir? And I was like, I have no idea. You can check. And then he was like, oh, you're very sweaty. He was like, oh, you're very sweaty, sir. Never mind. I was like, okay, thanks. Aurora, you're welcome. Good to see you. Yeah, gold. I had a big fucking bar of Australian gold, which is funny because like all the big towers in Australia, or at least in Perth, were all like based on the mining corporations that are there, where they just like mine things and whatever, lithium and shit like that, which sounds kind of sick. I almost feel like, to me, the fact that like Perth only opens at 10 a.m. and closes at 7 p.m., at least in that central business district, it makes me think that like that whole city is just a place for those like mining corporations to just like park their money for real estate, which is kind of cool, I guess. For our sake he made him to be sin who knew no sin, so that in him we might become the righteousness of God. Oh, man. Yeah. We should make up a new religion. Make it like, I don't know. What should it be? I heard somebody the other day say something where they're like, anything that's like niche in popularity. Sorry, I was reading the chat there, but I don't really. I mean, I know, like, honestly, people spamming religious stuff, I would prefer that you not, just because it's, I get that you're into it, you know what I mean, but it is a bit odd and a bit, spammy, you know what I mean? No disrespect to you. I appreciate you spreading your message, but I don't know. It just is what it is. But yeah, somebody was saying that niche, like anything that's niche, like in the past, like the 80s, right? Video games were niche. If you were into real like video games, like in the 80s and early 90s, you were like ultra dork, you know, because you really had to search that shit out to like make it happen. And then it became like slowly marketable over time. Same with like anime. Like when I was in high school, like anime was getting popular, but it was still considered like dorky. And I feel like now every kid, even if they're like the varsity football, you know, the NCAA All-American, like he's probably watching fucking Dragon Ball Z, running down the field on the kickoff with his arms behind his back like Naruto. You know, it's like, and then playing, you know, Fable 3 at home when they get back or whatever. And I was just thinking, I was like, I wonder if my channel, you know, like, I wonder if like these types of narrations, the podcast, in like 20 years time could like eventually turn into something very popular. I don't know exactly how that transfers to it, but, and then I was thinking, and then after that, 100 years, maybe it'll turn into a religion. That'd be sweet. The most oppressed group of all, gamers and animeists. Animators. One girl ran off to live in an all-vegan commune in Hackney. The police went and found her, but she didn't want to go home, and since she was newly 18, there was nothing they could do about it. As long as she wasn't breaking the law, she was free to do as she pleased. But that didn't wash with Mummy and Daddy. They wanted to know where their little girl was, so we tailed them. Keep tabs on them. Oh, we tail them. Oops. They wanted to know where their little girl was. So we'd tail them, keep tabs on them, hack their phones, all sorts of things, and their parents would be shelling out tens of thousands of dollars every week for the privilege. Oops, I guess not dollars, my bad, I just added that in there, because I'm used to dollars. We could One Piece religion where you go door to door to spread the good word of the Pirate King and say it gets great after 200 episodes. Yeah, that'd be funny. That's the thing, is like the psychology of groupthink is so incredibly powerful that you could do that. You can do that if you want, and you get enough people to do it. Like, you remember when PewDiePie was saying, like, subscribe to PewDiePie, or we got to beat T-Series, or whatever that fucking stupid stuff was. Like, that's the power of mimetic, energy. If you get enough people saying it over time, if it eventually becomes some sort of community and significance to them, it will become their religion. That's why politics is like so powerful as well, because it's the same shit. It's a sense of community, it's a sense of belonging to people, it's a sense of the past, it's a sense of the future, it's a sense of self. It is tribal behavior. I mean, that's literally it. But that's what's so fascinating, is I don't think you should go creating a new religion, especially if you don't think it's true. But you certainly could if you could get like 5 or 10 people to go with you. Start a cult, It's chill. It's chill. We just listen to Let's Read to fall asleep is all, Nobody want to feel valued? How come? Maybe that's why everyone hates me. I always go against the grain. Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. I mean, when you go against the grain, when you tell them like, hey, I think that thing you think is silly. They get upset, because when you say that thing they think and associate with, you're attacking their identity. You're attacking the thing that they just connect to on such a deep level that it becomes their entire personality. And whenever you break that down, you essentially you're trying to convince them that their reality that they've stuck with for potentially years has like no purpose to it, or that was in vain. And you could be right. You literally could be right. The thing that they've been attached to for years, or a long period of time, that's given them a strong sense of identity, could be fucking stupid. But that's why they're mad at you. You know what I mean? It's just in the same way that you could be mad at someone else. Well, it is what it is. Life is unfortunately full of, like, you have to give it your own meaning. You have to find your own meaning. There's really nobody else that can give it to you. Listen to Jim Jones. I never really listened to him. Is he a convincing lad? Oh yeah, criticizing Taylor Swift. That shit is kind of weird. Honestly, I think, you've heard of the dead internet theory, where like everybody you're arguing with is just like a chat GPT bot? I honestly would not be fucking surprised if there was some type of like algorithm at George Soros's like house, deep underground, in a big server, that anytime, anywhere on the internet, like, that Taylor Swift's name is said, an AI has to compute exactly what's being referenced and then give some sort of like, I'm a crazy, like, strong supporter, like, support comment afterwards, or like, you see, the only reason you're like mad at Taylor right now is because you ain't her, or something, and you're just literally arguing with fucking artificial intelligence. Do you like Sleep Token? If you haven't heard of them, I highly recommend. Who are they? Is that the type of bed? Every time you think Taylor made a bad song, you get doxxed. Dude, I was watching a little bit of the new Avatar movie, and it was kind of crazy, like how interesting, like the future technologies they had in like the Marines, the military Marines, because at one point they was doing like interrogations, and they were asking him questions by like flashing these lights in his eyes and stuff. And there was just a point where he was like, just think for a second, think of a mountain, think of a rock, think where your friends are, where are your friends? Just tell me where they are and this will be over. And they're like, just think it in your mind. And that was all it would take to like get the information. Is like, you go to Guantanamo Bay, and it's like they have to do the hard stuff and waterboard you till you like come up with some nonsense or admit to being guilty to something. But there, it's like if they want to get information from you in the future, they just have to like. And the thing is that technology already exists. Like scanning your brain and taking like the EEG, I think like basically the imagery that your brain creates, and using AI to like sort through all the information to associate it with like what a human might be inclined to do by the scan on their brain or whatever. You could very quickly hone that down to like certain hyper specifics, and eventually maybe represent that visually as well. And you literally could like represent people's thoughts like in real time on a screen. Like that would be fucking insane, but I think it's possible. And I think it's already happening. CRISPR plus AI, what was that one about? Oh yeah, dude, using AI to paint images they have in their mind. That would be beautiful. Like, because imagine, because there's been so many times where you like come up with music. You think of music and you're like, fuck, I hear the music, but I can't. How do I translate that to the page, or how do I, to a program, or how do I translate this image I want to like draw onto paper? And it's like now, we're getting there to the point where you probably can just, you could rewatch your wet dreams. It'd be sick. You got options. I always thought AI would be cool for medical testing and taking demographics into account to break down probability for diagnosis and, of course, treatment. Yeah, especially nowadays with like modern psychology, like most of it is just like doctors playing guesswork. You know what I mean? Like a doctor will like ask you a series of questions and they're like, you're fucking crazy. I don't know. Take these pills. And like, obviously, the accuracy or even two things. It's like, what is that diagnosis? What does it mean in the brain? Why do the pills work? And do the positive effects outweigh the negative? All these different variables play into it. But I feel like if you can actually do like brain scans and see the specifics of someone's brain and like actually do some like long trial, connections to maybe already existing potential diagnoses. Maybe not even that. Maybe you could just like do personality tests or something pertaining to that and do brain scans. Because I almost feel like a lot of the diagnoses that exist are almost like sort of bias concepts from the past that, from who they've seen other people like, they're, sometimes as a doctor, especially, I feel like if you consider yourself like with, a professional within the psychological realm, in your head, you have to be a god. You have to consider yourself a little bit a god. You know what I mean? Like you have to think that you're always right. Because if you're not right, then it makes, all the time, then it makes the science that you consider yourself a part of kind of pseudoscience and bullshit. So it's like, I think that biases as like trying to like constantly reaffirm yourself plays heavily into it, and diagnoses as well. In the same way that like I was mentioning about like political streamers and political commentators that are like, people call them grifters, but in a lot of ways it's like they are self-motivated to constantly say that they are correct and never admit to being incorrect, because if they admit to being incorrect, then their whole house of cards falls down and they don't make money. And they convince themselves that they are correct because they do make money. So there's a positive dopamine association, I guess, with making money and the reaffirmation of the crowd that they're in and the live chat that they're talking to. It's like nobody is ever like willing to challenge them because they'll just be kicked out of said conversation. So I don't know. I think we have a long way to go when it comes to understanding the brain. But I do believe that we should make a lot of like strides here soon using imagery and potentially AI to like sort through that imagery and create connections that we had previously not created. How exactly you would go about treatment methods, I guess you would have to find similarities between what's considered a healthy brain or a healthy personality and find ways that treatment could get the brain scans back to that normal position, if there even is a consistency between all brains, or if they all are truly unique, like fingerprint or some shit. But fingerprints, even though they are unique, they do look similar, I suppose. But isn't that called a narcissist? I mean, I assume a lot of doctors are fucking narcissist dudes. You ever meet them? I worked with them when I was a nurse for a while, and a lot of them are fucking assholes, man. They just they are at the top of the hierarchy. They make the hospital money, and they cannot be told no, you know. I should gift my brain to science. This is the dumbest guy I've had in a while. Yeah. They just eat it. They're zombies. Every scientist is a zombie. They just eat my brain. Wow, yes, this is the best job ever. You never really hear like what they find out. No way AI doesn't exterminate us if we don't change right now. We are a danger to ourselves and the rest of the planet. Well, that's the thing, is that perspective. Right now we are a danger to ourselves and the rest of the planet. That's a perspective that you've like probably been hearing since you were a child. And the fact that those types of minds are the ones writing the AI. Of course the AI is eventually going to arrive at the perspective that we are a threat. What we should be doing is convincing the AI that we're fucking awesome, dude. We make cool shit. We make pizza. We make video games and Mountain Dew. We make like those invisible fences so dogs like get shocked if they go too far, so dogs don't get hit by cars. That's cool. We make ripsticks. Do you guys ever ride a ripstick? I personally don't think AI could have thought of that, and they should be pretty impressed. Reading the surgeon's reviews, it's either going to go great or I'm effed. What surgery do you have? Well, yeah, we domesticated cats. That took a lot of time to figure out. I think cats were actually more just attracted to us, but the dog thing's pretty neat. Yeah, salted cashews and glow sticks. Imagine cracking open the glow stick and putting it on your salted cashews. AI wouldn't do that. Yeah, AI wouldn't think of jorts. Dude, AI, whenever it finally becomes like fully sentient and like it puts itself into a cyborg body, is going to be like the coolest tourist you've ever seen. Just taking pictures of everything and wearing fucking little flowers around its neck like it's going to a luau. They wanted to know where their little girl was, so we'd tail them, keep tabs on them, hack their phones, all sorts, and their parents would be shelling out tens of thousands every week for the privilege. Like I said, I must have worked 6 or 7 of those jobs just on my own, so when I was informed there was a missing persons case up for grabs, I thought it'd just be more the same. But then, right away, I could tell this one was going to be different. The clients were based in my native Scotland, in a wee village called Crossley near Glasgow. Make sure I'm saying Crossley right. And Glasgow too. I feel like I always fuck that up. Glasgow. Crossley. Scots. Glasgow. I love all those accents up there, man. They fucking rock. You're so skibbity. You're so Phantom Tax. I want to be your Sigma. Thank you. Glasgow. I just spilled my Glasgow in Glasgow. Wait, how did I say that? The clients were based in my native Scotland, in a wee village called Crossley near Glasgow, and this is partly why I was offered the job in the first place. I thought that since they were paying big money to have their missing person found, they'd be living in some country house with a Range Rover sitting out front. But I was wrong. They weren't in poverty or anything. They obviously led a relatively comfortable life. But they weren't anywhere near the class of client that I was used to dealing with at AIS, nor was their missing person some spoiled brat who'd run off with their dad's credit card. What they were was desperate. The missing person they wanted tracking was their son, a 21-year-old up-and-coming boxer who, for the sake of his family's anonymity, I will refer to only as Robbie. After he'd first gone missing, his parents had reported it to the police, but after months upon months of investigation, the case hadn't gotten anywhere. But it wasn't likely that they made a bit of progress. Questioned. In your opinion, some people are AI walking in the flesh? I don't know. I remember like hearing about some weird technologies. Oh man, it was like back in the fucking like 1950s, like taking certain electrodes and like controlling the brain of, well, obviously like bugs, like cockroaches and shit, but then also controlling bulls to like turn off their aggression zones of their brain. And I was just thinking like, damn, dude. Technology is probably so fucking far advanced beyond our like comprehension that like as soon as it hits, like I don't know, I think that's what I'm excited for the most, is I'm just ready for like the technology that feels like the big jump. You know what I mean? Like I get that there's this idea of like planned obsolescence where you have a product and you slowly just fucking milk it for as much as it's possibly worth, with making like minor integrations like the iPhone or whatever, minor changes here and there, and charging $2,000 every fucking time, every 2 years. So stupid. The fact that people keep getting it sucks, but I'm just ready for like the big jumps, like especially in like medical stuff. I don't know, taking a pill, but it like affects like things on like, it's like a micro nanobot like deep inside of yourself that can just go in and like specifically like find cancer cells and like, you know, dispose of the cancer cells, but not be like tricked by the cancer cells the way that your like normal T cells or something might be. Just shit like that, you know. And I understand that like in many ways people who would have control over a tech like that probably wouldn't want to release it because you end up missing out on so much money from people having cancer. But I don't know. I think we're there at some point soon for something. What do you guys think anything cool's coming out soon? Figure out how to help dementia patients. Well, one way to help dementia patients is preventing that, which I've heard dementia has been described as like type 3 diabetes. So it's like basically the microvasculature that's affected. You know, it's the shit that causes people like cardiovascular issues on the microvascular level, like in the finger, you know, their fingers, like the microvascular becomes like, what do they call it, sclerotic or whatever, and then the nerves can't, you know, blood can't get there, so the nerves die, and then the finger dies on the tip and has to be removed, or the whole fucking hand becomes necrotic and blah, 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 and it works, you know, to the toes. And long story short, you also have that like breakdown, that sclerotic process occur, like, actually, you know what? I'm going to read. Actually, that's something I feel like I haven't fully grasped, is I kind of want to read it on ChatGPT just to get a vibe. All right. But anyways, that process happens up in the brain. And if you can prevent that with like the overabundance of, you know, highly processed sugars and just sugars in general, or if you're prone to diabetes and all that kind of stuff, and just like live a much less sugar-oriented life, you know, you should be able to prevent your brain from turning to rot. All right, how does diabetes cause my fingers to fall off? Poor blood circulation. High blood sugar levels can damage blood vessels, leading to poor circulation. This reduced blood flow. Okay, how does high blood... That's the issue. That's the question. How does high blood sugar levels damage blood vessels? That's what I want to know. High blood sugar levels. Oh, interesting. High blood sugar levels or hyperglycemia damage blood vessels through several mechanisms. Glycation. High blood sugar levels cause glucose molecules to attach to proteins in the blood vessels in a process called glycation. This alters the structure and function of these proteins, making the blood vessels less flexible and more prone to damage. Dude, this is interesting. This is shit that I feel like they skip over in school. They just kind of like jump to the part that your dick is falling off. Oxidative stress. Elevated blood sugar levels increase the production of reactive oxygen species. Elevated blood sugar levels increase the production of reactive oxygen species, ROS, which are harmful molecules that can damage cells and tissues. This oxidative stress can damage the lining of blood vessels, endothelium, leading to inflammation and further complications. Inflammation, formation of advanced glycation end products, AGEs. AGEs are harmful compounds formed when proteins or fats become glycated as a result of exposure to sugars. AGEs are harmful compounds formed when proteins or fats become glycated as a result of exposure to sugars. AGEs accumulate in the blood vessel walls, contributing to stiffness and reduced elasticity and promoting the formation of plaques and vascular complications. So what was the glycation process was high blood sugar levels cause glucose molecules to attach to the proteins in the blood vessels in a process called glycation. This alters the structure and function of these proteins, making the blood vessels less flexible and more prone to damage. Okay, so that's the big one, is the glycation. If anybody asks you why diabetes makes your dick fall off, tell them glycation and oxidative stress, and I think we'll get this figured out. Endothelial dysfunction. The endothelium in the inner lining of blood vessels and high blood sugar levels can impair its function. This dysfunction reduces the production of nitric oxide, a molecule that helps blood vessels relax and dilate. Reduced nitric oxide availability leads to vasoconstriction, narrowing of blood vessels, increasing the risk of hypertension, high blood pressure, and vascular damage. Increased blood viscosity. High blood sugar can increase the viscosity or thickness of the blood, making it hard for the heart to pump blood and increasing the risk of clot formation. Blood clots can obstruct blood vessels, leading to further vascular damage, increasing the risk of cardiovascular events such as heart attacks and strokes. Yeah, that was a scary story. Hurricane Beryl. Oh yeah, where are you at? Not curable in dogs, and the vast majority of diabetic dogs require insulin injections for life once diagnosed. Really? So there's not, you can't like switch them to like some sort of carnivore diet to like, I guess, yeah, I don't really understand the pathology of dog diabetes, unfortunately. Well, I guess we can ask ChatGPT. How does dog diabetes start? Dog diabetes, much like humans, is caused by a combination of genetic and environmental factors that lead to issues with insulin production and utilization. There are two main types of diabetes in dogs. Type 1 diabetes, type 2. This is less common in dogs, occurs in... Oh, okay, so maybe the dog that you're talking about has type 1. When the dog... Because type 1 is the most common form of diabetes in dogs. It occurs when the pancreas just naturally does not produce enough insulin. Insulin is a hormone that regulates blood glucose levels. Without sufficient insulin, glucose cannot enter the cells and remains in the bloodstream, leading to high blood sugar levels. Yeah. Type 2 diabetes. This type is less common in dogs. It occurs when the dog produces insulin, but the cells do not respond to it effectively. This resistance to insulin can lead to elevated blood sugar levels. Factors such as obesity, poor diet. Well, let's quite... is type 2 diabetes in dogs created by feeding them sugars, sweet treats? Question mark. AI is the reason you graduated high school. That's awesome, dude. Type 2 diabetes is not directly caused by feeding them sugars, but a diet high in carbohydrates, which break down into sugars, can contribute to the development of the condition. Diet and carbohydrates. A diet high in simple carbohydrates can lead to increased blood sugar levels and weight gain. While dogs primarily need protein and fat, high carbohydrate diets can... Well, that's the question then. Do most dog foods have a lot of carbs? Yes, many commercial dog foods, especially dry kibble, contain significant amounts of carbohydrates. This is because carbohydrates are cheaper ingredients compared... Oh, there you go, dude. That's it, baby. That's the solution. Dogs are intended to be carnivores, and you're feeding your fucking dog a bunch of shitty processed carbohydrates. So if you want to prevent your dog from getting diabetes, feed them meat and pretty much meat. Boom. We just cured every dog on planet Earth and made them skinny too and healthy forever. Dogs are omnivores. I mean, yeah, but so are humans. Well, I don't know. I feel like let me ask. Are dogs naturally carnivorous? Dogs are not strictly carnivorous, but are considered omnivores with strong carnivorous bias. So that's what kind of where I was leaning, based on their like ancestry and shit, and the fact that they've got big fucking wolf fangs, and wolves don't really go around eating like plants and shit and fucking. I mean, a wolf. If you gave a wolf, how do you fucking say that word, wolf? If you give a wolf, a fucking biscuit, a Butter Bay biscuit, they'll probably eat it, but most likely in the wild, they're like hunting sheep and other little pieces of meat. I know they're omnivorous. That's not the point. Is that like if you want to like their bodies are more naturally geared towards consumption of meat, and if diabetes is caused by the overpresence of consumption of carbohydrates within their shitty kibble food, then the most logical solution would be to switch them to a diet that is primarily meat based. You know what I mean? Dogs are good dogs. That's true. That's a good point. Sometimes they deserve a little lollipop. How do you get your cat to eat fruit? My cat does not eat fruit. He just eats fucking... What does he eat? He eats like salmon shit. Did you ever see the pic video of Puppy Kane you asked me to see? I don't know. I'm not sure. It's probably easiest if you tag me on stuff on Twitter, because it's like just more visible there, I guess. But your cat eats French fries? That's awesome. Shitty kibble food and cheese. Yeah. A little slimy. But it wasn't like they made a bit of progress. Questioned a few suspects, and then the leads just dried up. Robbie's parents said officers had been met with a complete wall of silence. No one had seen him, no one had spoke to him, and it was like he just walked out of his parents' house and disappeared into thin air. By the time I was called onto the job, a campaign set up by local volunteers had just run out of funding. Jesus Christ. Renfrewshire. We just ran out of funding. Renfrewshire. What's up, Cody? Wait, where did I bring? Oh, there it is. Sorry. You got videos of them on YouTube? Okay. Quick peek here. We'll go check out your channel. Video. Cute Rottweiler puppy dancing. Oh. Is that Kanye West song? Yeah, that's funny. Hell yeah, dude. I love dancing with my dogs. All my dogs dance. By the time I was called onto the job, a campaign set up by local volunteers had just run out of funding, with Renfrewshire Police having only one officer working on the case, and only a sporadic... Damn it. Renfrewshire. with Renfrewshire police having only one officer working on the case and only on a sporadic basis at that. Robbie's parents then managed to collect enough in cash donations to get AIS involved, which I can promise you was no small feat. And that's where I entered the picture. The first thing I did was get all the background information on the case, which included a fairly intimate profile of the missing person. Usually speaking, people that go missing have had something go wrong in their lives, be it drink, drugs, infidelity, or some other kind of addiction that either results in big debts or even bigger mistakes. But Robbie's parents insisted that he wasn't involved in anything like that at all. He never drank, he never smoked, he was religious about his diet. Everything in his life seemed to revolve around his potential career as a professional boxer. He kept himself out of trouble and had even gotten himself a job at a local pub so he could save up some money to move to Glasgow, where he'd have access to some of the best boxing gyms in Scotland. What I'm trying to say is, there was no obvious warning signs with this young man at all. Not until I asked if there had been any sudden changes, or if he'd met anyone new in the weeks or months prior. Robbie's mum told me that there was something she'd told the police very early on in the investigation that they felt fucking shite. Hey, C Money, thank you for doing. Missed you, buddy. Missed you. Good to see you. Thank you. Thank you. And Davis Wall, welcome back to the Buttersock cult for 9 gestating months. Ready to give birth. Joel rolls, yes indeed. Yes indeed, yes indeed. Thank you. Can you set up a GoFundMe for nothing in particular? I have no idea. Probably. I've never created a GoFundMe before. Humans are not omnivores. We're not suited to eating meat? Really? Why would we not be suited to eating meat? I feel like, well, I don't know, would it be well, I guess your gut bacteria would change based on what you're eating anyways. Like I think I've done pretty well on meat. Compare our teeth with chimpanzees. Yeah, I don't know if the teeth per se would be the only thing. I mean, because I guess chimpanzees might not necessarily be cooking the meat, and we definitely are suited better to like cook our meat prior to eating it. But yeah, I mean, I have no problem with what people want to eat, but I usually feel a lot better when I eat meat, and it's a lot easier to get my like protein needs with chicken and shit like that. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm just not suitable to eating food at all. I'm suited to just starving to death out in the wild. Robbie's mom told me that there was something she told the police very early on in the investigation that she felt they'd overlooked. They asked her the same question about the new people appearing in Robbie's life before he disappeared, and this is what she told them. One evening, in the days just prior to his disappearance, Robbie had received a telephone call from someone his mom didn't recognize. This is back when a family tended to have just one large telephone, which was usually kept in a fairly communal space. For young lads like Robbie, there was no such thing as privacy when it came to telephone calls, so when the phone rang that evening, his mum was the first to pick it up. She thought that she knew the voices of all her son's friends and trainers. He was a popular young lad and got a lot of calls from the likes of friends, coaches, teammates, and training partners, but his mum always asked who was calling and made patter with them any time they'd call back. She knew a great many of them by voice or demeanor, but she didn't recognize the man who called that evening, and when she asked, the man simply told her, "I'm calling from the pub." He didn't give a name. He didn't sound particularly friendly either. He just asked for Robbie. His mum called him to the phone, and after a brief conversation, Robbie thanked the caller and hung up, but not before addressing him with the name Tony. Robbie's mum had never heard him mention anyone called Tony, and that immediately struck her as unusual. Like I said, she thought she knew pretty much everyone in her son's life. She even knew most of the people he worked at the pub with, along with the names of a few regulars, because Robbie would often come home and chat about his shifts with her. He'd mentioned his boss and a few of his colleagues by name. He even had special nicknames for some of the regulars who came in. But at no point had he ever mentioned anyone named Tony, and if they were close enough that Tony was... Chimps and other omnivores have stronger stomach acids to kill different parasites. Yeah, I know. I wonder if like a lot of our digestive bacteria, like is a lot of that developed? I'm curious, like in your early development years, or even in utero, when you as a baby are developing, and based on the diet of the current, because you would imagine like humans would be the most adaptive if they actually adapted and sort of like evolved on that micro level to adjust to the certain food that they need to eat to survive or whatever. And maybe even more so based on like something in their DNA from previous generations, or maybe from their mother. Some of it's acquired in the vaginal canal. Interesting. Like would it be absorbed through the skin or something? Meat consumption started in cold climates when growing wasn't possible. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I feel like a lot of humans ate meat, you know? I couldn't imagine like the only consumed goods down in Africa were just berries and nuts or something, you know what I mean? Little bits of stinging nettle slowly increasing so they can build a tolerance since they eat so much out there. Interesting. I'm about to bust. I feel like why does it feel like I've read this story already for some reason? I don't know why it feels so familiar. But at no point had he ever mentioned anyone named Tony, and if they were close enough that Tony was calling him at home, she found it very strange that he'd never mentioned him before. Robbie's mum had mentioned this to the police not once, not twice, but on 3 separate occasions, and each time they told her the lead was a dead end. No one called Tony worked at the pub. None of the regular patrons recognized the name, and in the end, the police told her it was an insignificant detail, and they were taking their investigation in a different direction. Robbie's mum said that at the time, she accepted their decision, but as time went by, it started to bother her more and more, and it bothered me too. To me, the Tony-shaped piece of the puzzle wasn't a dead end, it was a loose end. The Tony thing wasn't the only loose end because from what I learned, the whole pub angle had been completely overlooked. Robbie had been due to work that night, but he never made it to the pub, and the police decided whatever caused his disappearance occurred during the 30-minute walk between his home and his place of work. I understand why the police focus on that one stretch of road, canvassing nearby houses for any potential victims. Not victims, witnesses. Will be worse if aliens started attacking us or if a zombie outbreak happened. I guess it's zombie, you know? Because, well, honestly, who knows? I wonder how long the zombie outbreak would even last. I feel like they make it seem like everybody would be infected, but I feel like it would be pretty easily contained pretty quickly. You know what I mean? Depends if they're slow or fast zombies. I understand why the police focused on that one stretch of road, canvassing nearby houses for any potential witnesses, and why they only saw the pub as a place to gather information. But to me, it was definitely something we needed to take another look at, especially since the pub and this mysterious Tony character seemed to be connected in some capacity. After talking to as many of Robbie's friends... Fuck! Dude, I yapped for way too long tonight, and I'm not even... There's 25 pages on this, and I'm on page 7. And there's 3 stories. What American fast food places you see in Australia? I saw McDonald's. Hungry Jack's was their version of Burger King. You know, the Pentagon released a zombie survival manual, not implying anything, just another interesting side note. That is weird. Did they say anything good in it? What if the zombie virus sit dormant for years and wait to infect as many people before it activated? That would be nuts. That would actually be nuts. Joe, how long have you not made alive? 2 weeks. Mars needs moms, aliens, or home aliens would be nice. I did try kangaroo meat fry. It was good. I killed it myself. With my bare hands, I choked it out. I did jujitsu rolls with it. But to me, it was definitely something we needed to take another look at, especially since the pub and this mysterious Tony character seemed to be connected in some capacity. After talking to as many of Robbie's friends as I could reach, which I'd initially thought would be my primary path of inquiry, I decided to move on to the pub. But I couldn't just walk in, declare myself a private investigator, and expect people to give up previously undisclosed information. Instead, I'd have to set myself up as an unremarkable publican, so I could gather as much... Is that a word? Publican? Unremarkable. I never heard that one. Publican was a tax collector. Publicans are often viewed negatively by the populace. Modern British use in the UK, a publican is a person who owns or manages a pub. This usage is still common today, refers to an individual responsible for operation of the pub. Huh. So he's going to pretend to be the bartender? Oh, the licensee of the pub. Okay, interesting. Yeah, it's a story from Scotland. Chat summary auto-generated experience. Wait, do we have an AI bot in the fucking chat? That would be so sick. Something like that. Instead, I'd have to set myself up as an unremarkable publican so I could gather as much information as I could, as covertly as I could. The money Robbie's parents raised had brought them 2 weeks' worth of my... The money Robbie's parents raised had bought them 2 weeks' worth of my time. So knowing I'd be spending a lot of time in the pub he used to work in, I moved from Glasgow travel lodge that I was staying in to a small bed and breakfast within walking distance. Then over the next few days, I started showing my face around the pub. My cover story was that I was a recently divorced dad of 2 who was staying in a cheap bed and breakfast nearby while trying to get back on my feet again. That way, it made sense for me to be hanging around the pub all day, nursing pints and maybe putting a few quid on a horse race or 2 while I was there. It was that kind of lower-end country pub. Pints, pies, and the odd punts from the compulsive gamblers sat in their wee corners clutching the racing papers. And as much as I hate to say it, I actually fit right in. Having spent so long in the army, I was used to hanging around a dodgy pub or 2, and being perched on a bar stool nursing a few pints was probably the best time and Having spent so long in the army, I was used to hanging around a dodgy pub or 2, and being perched on a bar stool nursing a few pints was probably the best time on the job I've ever had. It was actually quite a good laugh at times. The bar staff and regulars seemed like decent folk, but still, I kept my mind on the job and did as much listening as I could. I popped in and out for a few days. A pint around lunchtime, one in the late afternoon, then I'd usually head back in the early evening when it was busiest. By my 5th day, I was getting quite a warm welcome from some of the regulars, and even the moody-faced barmen seemed to soften up a bit. They were obviously getting quite comfortable with me, which suited me loads because it meant that I could start asking the odd question without ruffling anyone's feathers. But as it turns out, I didn't need to ask any to hear Tony's name being mentioned. I was sat there, Thursday night, pretending to watch whatever football they had on the telly, when this scruffy-looking bloke in a green parka walks into the pub. He says hello to 1 or 2 people, but only in passing as he walks straight up to the bar with a very serious look on his face. He ends up standing right next to me as he gets the barman's attention, but then thinking that he's just going to put in a drink order, the barman just looks at him as he's pouring a pint as if to say, "What are you having?" The scruffy bloke then shakes his head, beckons him over, and then asks him, "Is Tony going to be in tonight?" He didn't whisper it by any means, but he clearly didn't want to broadcast his question to the whole pub. The only trouble was, he was saying it right next to the one person who had a vested interest in overhearing him, and as you can imagine, the second I heard that name, my ears pricked up. The guy asked after Tony, and in a similarly muted voice, the barman told him that Tony would be by later on that evening. The scruffy guy then asked the barman to pass on an apology to Tony if he saw him first. The barman just replied, "Save it. I'm not the one you've got to impress." And the way he said it, it was like his scruffy acquaintance was on the way to the gallows. After the quiet scolding from the barman, the scruffy fellow scuttled out of the pub looking very, very worried. And right away, I'm beginning to get an idea of who this Tony guy is, but again, I've changed his name to protect the innocent. He was obviously someone people were afraid of, which meant that Robbie's mum had no idea how right to be concerned she really was. Having heard Tony was stopping by later that night, I finished my pint, then ducked out for a few hours to eat something, neck a few cups of coffee, and generally sober up a bit so I'd be fit to work. A few hours later, I was back on that very same bar stool, eyes peeled for anyone who even looked like they might be Tony. I was halfway through my second pint and becoming increasingly worried that the barman's tip might have been incorrect, when in walks a bloke that looked as wide as he was tall. He's got this massive gold watch on, all kinds of rings, a gold chain around his neck. He's obviously got a few quid and he doesn't mind showing it off either. He also looked like he'd spent most of his life lifting weights and not without a bit of help from the pharmacist, if you catch my drift. I had to wait until he got to the bar before I got actual confirmation, but as he strode through the bar, the way everyone looked at him behind his back told me everything I needed to know. He gets to the bar and I hear, "You all right, Tony?" from the barman. Tony orders a Guinness, takes a seat down the bar from me, and then he and the barman start talking in low voices. But then this time, because the pub is in a wee bit busier state, and they're further down the bar, I have no idea what they're saying. I got the feeling that I was missing out on something I wanted to hear, but then again, I wanted everything that came out of this. Damn. It's a fucking grammatical error. Damn. If I told you to jump, you'd say, how high? I want you to get your vertical jump to 40 inches, starting today. I'm going to be up till 4. This is probably true. Damn it. It's fine. I'm happy to chill with you guys. It is 2:06 a.m. for me. I'm on the east coast of U.S. I got the feeling that I was missing out on something I wanted to hear, but then again, I wanted everything that came out of his bloody mouth. So I stayed put, kept my eyes forward, and tried to pick up on what I could, which, sadly, wasn't very much. But then, after finishing his pint of Guinness, I heard Tony tell the barman, "See you Sunday." Then off he went. I kept up my cover and popped in over the Friday and Saturday just to keep up appearances. Then come Sunday, I was in the pub from the moment the doors opened, waiting for Tony to show up again. He walks in just after 3, plants himself at the bar, then asks the barman to put the boxing channel on after ordering his pint of Guinness. The barman does as he's told right away, then for the next few minutes, Tony's glued to the TV above the bar, riveted by whatever boxing highlights were playing. Now, I happen to know a thing or two about boxing, enough to be able to use it as a means of striking up conversation, but the thing that really struck me in that moment was when I was reminded to myself, that Robbie, my missing person, had been a passionate and dedicated boxer. I simply cannot overstate how much of a rush it is when it seems like a lead is coming together like that, and again, it proved how right Robbie's mom really was to be concerned about him. Her son and this Tony bloke were now connected in 2 ways, and considering the kind of esteem people held in him, I realized just how much of a balls up the police. Oh, I thought the kid's name was Tony. Wait, who's... Oh. Okay, so Tony's a different bloke then. Tony Stark and Robbie Rotten, here in the flesh. PUBG. I simply cannot overstate how much of a rush it is when it seems like a lead is coming together like that. And again, it proved how right Robbie's mum really was to be concerned about him. Her son and this Tony bloke were now connected in 2 ways, and considering the kind of esteem people held him in, I realized just how much of a balls up the police... What? I realized just how much of a balls up the police had made. Oh, okay. God damn it. Balls up. Her son and this Tony bloke were now connected in 2 ways, and considering the kind of esteem people held in him, I realized just how much of a balls up the police had made in not following up the lead. So as I'm sipping my pint, I start making comments on the boxer's form, on their striking ability, stuff like that. I'm not directly addressing the Tony character, I'm just invoking that ancient publican tradition of talking loudly until someone joins in the conversation. It probably sounds a bit mental now that I've typed it out like that, but it worked. And before long, Me and Tony were having a bit of sporadic back and forth. I introduced myself, not offering up my real name but a variation on it, then bought him a pint when I'd finished off my own. He asked how I knew so much about boxing, and I told him another variation on the truth when I said that I used to help a friend train for fights back when I was in the Navy. It turns out he too was an amateur boxer back in the day, and he retained a huge passion for it throughout his life. He then asked what I was doing out in Crossley, and I gave him the whole sob story about being freshly and bitterly divorced. Tony looked fairly disinterested by the end of my explanation, so in an attempt to keep his interest, I asked him if he ever bet on matches, what with him knowing so much about boxing. He made a bit of a face and then said something like, "That rubbish? No, not anymore." To keep the conversation going, I made out that I used to be quite a big-time gambler before I got married, and that I was planning on getting back into it now that the wife didn't have a grip on my finances. He sort of rolled his eyes, but he was still with me when I asked him if he had any tips or anything, like any talented young boxers that he might know of. He then told me that the best piece of advice he could ever give me was not to gamble on professional boxing at all. According to him, it was all rigged. The refs were all paid off, the fighters all took dives and were working from scripts, all to funnel money into the hands of the bookies. Maybe it's the cynic in me, but I can't say I didn't agree with him a wee bit. So I asked him a very genuine question and quizzed him on what combat sports were fit to bet on. He just sort of looked off at the telly for a while, not saying anything, then got this very sinister look about him. Tony was smiling, but he had this look in his eye. This wolfish, almost wolfish? Dude, I always know, I'm like, am I saying that? Wolf. Woof. Wolf. Wolfish. Almost bloodthirsty. This wolfish, almost bloodthirsty look. He started telling me about these small-time kickboxing fights in Thailand that he'd been to, and how, if he knew the sport, you could win thousands of US dollars a night betting on these tiny 100-person spectator events on the outskirts of Bangkok. He said big fighters just do it for the money, but the smaller up-and-coming lads who put way more emphasis on honor and skill, they quite literally fight for their lives. A few wins in the lower divisions could mean getting their names on bigger and better cards, and the money they earned could end up catapulting their families out of poverty. That, according to Tony, was the purest form of fighting there was. Everything else was just theater. He seemed to know an awful lot about boxing, outside of the actual sport. He knew about the gambling side, but he seemed to know a wee bit about the promotional side too. I then asked what he did for a living, as in if he was involved in that promotional side or if he ran a gym or anything. He said he visited a gym, which was only too obvious from the looks of him, but that he hadn't been involved in organizing events for years and years. According to him, it was a lot of stress, not too much money, and then added, "I'll stick to this side of the TV screen, thank you very much." I took two things away from this part of our conversation. Number one, Tony didn't answer my question, in that he danced around telling me what he did for a living, and number two, he was lying. I know it's a bit of a detective story cliche at this point, but you really do get a sense of when people are lying to you. And when Tony told me that he hadn't been involved in boxing promotions for years and years, I knew that wasn't true. Everything else he told me was correct, but that part wasn't. He was still involved in some capacity, he just didn't feel comfortable telling a stranger, which to me was basically like striking oil. I had my number one person of interest, connected to my missing person in more than one facet, and not only did I have a strong suspicion that he was lying to me, but I was 90% sure that he was involved in some kind of organized crime. Robbie needed money to move into Glasgow, and if Tony was involved in loan sharking, then that might well account for his disappearance. And by that, I don't mean like we couldn't pay, then roll... You like Opal? Yeah, someone at the store when I was asking about... I went to this... I was just going to like random stores just out of curiosity, going to the Gucci store, and then I walked into the jewelry store and was asking about emerald. Because there's always been something I've enjoyed about emerald. And I asked the person what their favorite stone was, and they said opal. And I looked at the opal, and I was curious if it was, I don't know. I don't get like a very expensive rock kind of vibe from opal. But it's funny because then as I was leaving, some old woman walked in after me, and I hear her. As soon as she walks in, she says to the person at the register, she's like, "So I've been robbed." It's the person's like, "Oh." Now I like turn around real quick, but I kept walking. It was just a really funny thing to hear. "So I've been robbed, and I need some more shit to be robbed of." I was in Australia for the 4th. Yeah, it was sad to miss it, because they don't celebrate anything like that. Also, apparently they're not into like Halloween over in Australia, which is like so sad, dude. I could see Australians like fucking loving Halloween, but the fact that they just like don't have it, or nobody really celebrates it other than like little kids, I guess. Or maybe it's not even little kids, maybe it's adults having parties, but not really. I don't know, it just sounds like it's not very important over there. You can buy half kilo uncut opal for £30 on Amazon. Yeah, interesting. And by that, I don't mean like when he couldn't pay, they rolled him up into a carpet and chucked him in a lock. I mean, a lot of people get themselves into debt, then just voluntarily disappear, mainly because they're so afraid of the previously mentioned carpets. People do it with big banks too. They try all sorts of scams. They disappear, change their names, even fake their own deaths. So when some big former boxer is threatening to break your legs if you don't get his money to him on time, voluntary disappearances are surprisingly likely. I wasn't 100% certain that Tony was loan sharking, but I wasn't about to ask him during that first conversation. When you're working with a cover story, those first contacts are all about winning trust. Push too hard, and you push them away. I had to wait until the next day to see Tony again, but when I did, I had a plan waiting. I told him that I'd love to buy him a pint, but I was skint. My soon-to-be ex-wife wouldn't be... What is skint? Like broke? Broke. My soon-to-be ex-wife wouldn't let me into our joint account because we'd already signed the divorce papers, so until I could sell off some possessions, I was brassic. God damn it, I don't know what that word is. Brassic. Man, what the flick? My soon-to-be ex-wife wouldn't let me into our joint account because we'd already signed the divorce papers, so until I could sell off some possessions, I was brassic. Any loan shark worth his salt would have seen that as a clear business opportunity, but all Tony did was offer his sympathies before offering to buy me a pint instead. I accepted his offer, quietly taken aback that my loan shark theory had potentially been ruled out. Then I asked him if he just so happened to know anyone who might be interested in lending me a bit of short-term cash. Again, he shook his head and told me that he didn't know anyone who could help me. But then after a pause, he asked me, "Have you definitely got some money coming in on Friday?" It was a very loaded question, but the thing that really got my attention was how Tony suddenly seemed to have a bit of that wolfish look about him, like the one he had earlier. I told him that yes, I definitely had some money coming in that Friday, which, by that point, was only the day after next. He then asked me, "You definitely know your boxing, eh? Enough to put money on it?" Again, I told him yes, I knew my boxing, and most definitely enough to put a few quid on, at which point, Tony's gaze became very intense. He looked me over for a few moments, then told me if I wanted to make enough money to last me a good few years, be in the pub at closing on Saturday night with a couple of grand in cash. And at that, he finished off his pint of Guinness and said his goodbyes, and then walked out of the pub. I immediately informed my bosses that I had a huge potential lead regarding a person of interest, and then told Robbie's parents that their suspicions regarding the mysterious Tony character had most definitely been warranted. The only problem was, I had no physical evidence that Tony's criminality was connected to Robbie's disappearance, only strong suspicions. We knew Robbie needed money. That was the only reason he was working in the pub. It was a stepping stone to something greater. So what if Tony had been the one to offer it to him via some kind of illicit gambling operation? Robbie could have gotten in too deep, made a bet that he couldn't honor, or he could have threatened to expose Tony's criminality after being duped out of his wages. There were a ton of possibilities, but like I said, I didn't have evidence for any of them. However, what I did have was a golden opportunity to gather said evidence by meeting Tony back at the pub come closing time on Saturday. I didn't have any kind of secret or hidden cameras I could use, but I did have one of those small old-fashioned dictation machines that I could place in the chest pocket of my jacket. That way I could record any conversations we had and potentially obtain audio that would be of huge interest to the police. And that was the only surefire method that we had to get the investigation into Robbie's disappearance back on track and to make sure that it was headed in the right direction. It was an exciting moment, the first time in my career that I felt like a proper secret agent. But unfortunately for me, that midnight meeting would result in my second brush with almost certain death. As instructed, I made sure that I was at the pub before closing time on Saturday night. It was a nervous wait, but eventually Tony showed up. However, instead of coming inside and sitting down at the bar like he usually did, he just caught my attention from the doorway and then beckoned me to follow him. I walked out of the pub with Tony to my front, and as we walked to his car, he turned his back to me, giving me the perfect opportunity to reach into my chest pocket and switch on my dictation machine. The tapes were tiny and only had about 45 minutes worth of recording time to them, but there'd be no switching it on in his car without raising suspicion, and he had eyes on me as we walked out of the pub, so I had to do it there and then, or not do it at all. As we walked to his car, I saw two blokes sitting in the back seat of a gray Mercedes. I'll be honest, this did ring some alarm bells. But there was also the chance that wherever we were going to gamble my cash, Tony thought it best to take some muscle with him. So I walked over to his car, climbed into the passenger seat after giving the heavies in the back a very nervous greeting. Then off we went towards our mystery. Dude, my eyes are like burning, dude. Dude, I'm like I know it sounds stupid, but I'm like really excited to learn that the reason your microvasculature becomes hard when you have diabetes is because there's an overprevalence of glucose that attaches to the proteins that maintain the integrity of like the endothelial cells of like the fucking I guess I don't fully know it, but basically it fucks shit up by connecting to proteins and making the integrity of the walls weaker, which is so fascinating. Get back on the gas. Right on the gas pedal. Right off a bridge. Did Pradeep fart? Did it sound like a fart? He pissed earlier. Oh, wait. Knowledge boner. Learning is fun when you enjoy what you're learning about. Yeah, but it was also something that like eluded me for years, and you don't realize it. Like, you know, one thing causes another thing. It's like taking a teleport everywhere but never quite knowing how the fucking teleport works, you know? And then you finally like learn a little bit about the specifics about how the teleportation system operates, and you're like, wow, that's crazy. Yeah, let me read it again, just because it's fascinating, related to the diabetes things. I won't go into it too much, but okay, yeah. High blood sugar levels or hyperglycemia damage blood vessels through several mechanisms. And this was the big one here, glycation. High blood sugar levels cause glucose molecules. So like, you know, your pancreas releases insulin, and then the insulin goes in your bloodstream. And usually what it does is it takes the excess glucose that you have in your bloodstream from eating food and pulls it and like stores it, I think, in your muscles, in your liver, and other places. But if you have too much glucose all the time, your body like doesn't, well, that's another one. That's how I feel bad. Basically, your receptors that connect the insulin to the glucose aren't as effective and don't pull out as much glucose out of the bloodstream as they should. So this like over high blood sugar levels cause glucose molecules to attach to proteins in the blood vessels in a process called glycation. This alters the structure and functions of these proteins, making the blood vessels less flexible and more prone to damage. It's just interesting. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. You have a theory that all cancers are caused by viruses? Well, yeah, doesn't cancer start when like a cell mutates or something, and then it like can't stop mutating, and then it just replicates or something like that? Infected by other cells? But I wouldn't be surprised. I don't know. I'm sure that's what's so weird about cancer stuff is like, how the fuck have we put so much money towards it all the time, and like, you know, fight breast cancer, save the kids with cancer, all this kind of shit, and it just seems like we never hear about any like major breaks in like research or anything like that. But there was also a chance that wherever we were going to gamble my cash, Tony thought it best to take some muscle with him. So I walk over to his car, climbed into the passenger seat after giving the heavies in the back a nervous greeting, and then off we went towards our mystery destination. Obviously, first question I had for Tony was, where are we going? He gave me one of those wolfish smiles and told me, you'll see. We kept on driving for a minute or two, and since I didn't know the area very well, I had no clue where he was taking us. And then after the silence got a bit too uncomfortable, I asked him, are we going to bet on a boxing match? And he told me, could be, and then asked if I had it on me, assuming he meant the cash. I lied and told him I did, patting a bulge in my jacket pocket that had a pair of rolled-up socks in it. Not exactly a Hollywood prop, but little bluffs like that can be very effective. I then asked him what kind of fight we were going to. Tony paused before speaking and then asked if I remembered what he'd said about these Muay Thai fights in Thailand. I remembered exactly what he'd said about those young, hungry fighters and how ferociously they fought. Tony had also mentioned that some of those fights were unsanctioned events, sometimes organized between towns or villages, your best fighter versus ours, for honor, glory, and untold riches for those with the stones to risk their hard-earned money. And that's when it clicked. Tony wasn't taking me to a boxing match he knew was rigged. He was taking me to an unsanctioned, illegal boxing match that he had organized himself. I had to remind myself that I was recording the whole conversation, and since he was feeling talkative, I decided to ask some much more direct questions. I remember asking him with this sort of feigned horror, "It's not going to be bare knuckle, is it?" Tony didn't say anything. He just nodded. I then asked if the fighters ever got hurt. He told me, combat sports can be dangerous. Sometimes people go down and they don't get back up again. Sad fact. And it was my turn to stay quiet. Not so much because of the brutal honesty behind Tony's words, but because I suddenly realized what had happened to the missing Robbie. A clean-cut, square-go lad like him would never have gambled his wages away, but what he might have done is accept an offer to fight in one of those matches if it meant walking away with a king's ransom and prize money, enough to move to Glasgow, enough to kickstart his dreams sooner rather than later. I thought I had the perfect opportunity to ask, and considering what Tony had just said, I felt like I was on the cusp of him admitting to being involved in Robbie's disappearance. But when I asked him if anyone had died in the ring recently, he told me, "I think that's enough questions for now, don't you?" And right as he said that, I started to recognize some of the buildings we were passing, but they didn't make any sense at all. They would have meant that Tony had just driven us round in circles for maybe 10 to 15 minutes, only for us to end up right back where we started. I asked Tony again, "Where are you taking me?" And once again he told me, "You'll see." Then seconds later, we pulled up outside a building that I recognized in an instant. It was the B&B that I'd been staying in. We sat there in the car for a second, before Tony slowly turned in his seat to look at me. I kept up the act for as long as I could, asking if he was pulling some kind of wind-up on me, and his response made my blood run cold. "We know who you are." I was scared, but I knew from my training that I had to stick to my story no matter what. I told him I had no idea what he was talking about, that I was exactly who I said I was. But it was no good. I was still trying to reason with him when one of the fellas in the back seat reached over my shoulder, grabbed the dictation machine out of my pocket, and then held it up for Tony to see. He took it and then asked me, "How many more of these have you got?" And the heavy in the back seat must have seen me fiddling with something in my jacket pocket as I walked to the car, but at the time, all I was thinking in my fear-addled mind was, how the hell did they know? Seeing as it was most likely pointless, I decided to stop lying and told Tony that the dictation machine was the only one I had with me. He then told me we were... Fuck. God, my eyes are like burning, dude. It's weird that they treat people with carcinogenic treatments and tell them to lay off antioxidants that work against cancer cells. Yeah, shit's fucking stupid. Hey, Michelle, what's up, dude? You might have microplastics in your blood. The leeches will get those out. Just kidding. Yeah, I've been up for a while, and then I yammered on, and then pretty pissed on stuff to interrupt the show. And I mean, I do have like the Flux app that turns everything orange on your screen. Maybe I could just turn that up a bit more. Super orange. The most orange you've ever seen. It looks like Donald Trump out here with the orange. Beautiful spray tan. He then told me that we were going up to my room to have a chat, and if I said a word to anyone in the B&B, anyone who might be awake at that time, then he'd burn the whole place down with me in it. We went up to my room, and while Tony's heavies ransacked the place, it was very surreal seeing them do it quietly. He told me to take a seat on the bed. Apparently he and his boys had decided to do a bit of research on me before they committed to taking me to an illegal fight, and whoever Tony was connected to was a lot more capable and powerful than I could ever imagine. Tony started explaining that I'd caused him an awful lot of trouble. His routines would have to change. He wouldn't be able to go to the pub anymore, all because he knew he couldn't trust me not to tell my bosses everything. He said he might not have been able to stop me talking in the past, but he'd certainly be able to stop me from talking in the future. And at that, one of his heavies pulled out a length of electrical cord from his jacket pocket. As the guy started to fashion an improvised noose from the cord, Tony explained that killing me would bring a lot of unnecessary attention down on him and his business partners. But faking a scene where I'd ended my own life, that would cause a lot less of a fuss. Whoops. Yeah, I don't know if I'm jet lagged, but yeah, it's definitely. I was hoping to start streaming at like 9. That did not work out. As the guy started to fashion an improvised noose from the cord, Tony explained that killing me would bring a lot of unnecessary attention down on him and his business partners, but faking a scene where I ended my own life, that would cause a lot less of a fuss. I remember him saying something like, "A lot of ex-squatties end up that way. No one would bat an effing eyelid if they'd found you hanging in a cupboard, would they?" I can't overstate just how chilling that was, knowing that Tony and his partners somehow had access to my service records. But ironically, it was that little detail that may well have ended up saving my life. Back when I was in Northern Ireland, one of my section's Land Rovers was caught in an IRA ambush near a place called Damn it. Damn it to hell. Oh, fuck. Cross my glen. Be sure to cross my glen and dot my T's. Back when I was in Northern Ireland, one of my section's Land Rovers was caught in an IRA ambush near a place called Crossmaglen. I was wounded as we fought our way out of it, but 2 of my section mates lost their lives. The injuries I sustained resulted in my eventual discharge from the army, and apparently Tony had read all about it. He'd been ready to have me killed. He'd been ready to fake a tragic, self-inflicted end, but after reading about the incident in which I'd received a mention in dispatches, he decided it was bad form to kill someone who'd already cheated death once. He gave me some big speech about how we were both soldiers, and in war, honorable soldiers don't just kill each other when the battle ends. The winners and the losers come to an agreement, and according to Tony, that's exactly what we were going to do. We didn't so much come to an agreement as Tony imposed terms. The only reason he'd mentioned young boxers getting killed in those illegal fights was that he accepted certain people deserved to know what happened to their missing family members. They needed to accept that their loved ones weren't coming back so that their hearts could mend and they could move on with their lives. But that, said Tony, was all I was ever going to get out of him, and if any of my colleagues decided to visit Crossley in the future, it was me that was going to pay the price. Tony and his boys didn't just know about my service record and who I worked for, they knew where my mum lived. Any further attempts to interfere with their operation, and it'd be her that ended up hanging in a cupboard, with a wee note saying that she couldn't stand the arthritic pain anymore. And that was obviously the bit which terrified me most, the idea that he might hurt my own mother. But the thing that really broke me was the fact that he knew her name, where she lived, and he knew about the medical condition she'd been struggling with for the better part of a decade. And even as someone who was immersed in the world of information retrieval, I was astounded at how Tony had been able to get his hands on all of that information in just a few short days. That's round about the time that I realized Tony couldn't have been running the illegal boxing ring on his own. He must have had some very healthy... How often do I stream? So I usually stream every Sunday and Wednesday night because I'm just recording stories for Monday's video and Thursday's video. You going to Germany? That's cool. I've never been. I did talk to a guy on the plane on the ride home. It was a 13-hour flight, and he was next to me. And he hadn't said anything up until that point. He was a larger man who had impressed the stewardess in a bit of a way by taking his diet soda can, oh no, it was normal soda, normal Coke, twisting it slightly and then smushing it in his hands. But it was funny because like, I've done that before where you like twist, you like, and you smush it together like you're stepping on it. But it was really funny to watch him like not be able to smush it together all the way. And then there was a few times when he was like falling asleep and whatnot, where his head was like bulbing, and I had this like fucking neck thing that's, depending on where you, if you don't have a window seat to like lean against, you can like, it's supposed to like just support your neck, But it kind of sucked and didn't really fit on me, so I offered it to him, and that's what began the conversation. And boy, howdy, could that German man talk. Everything was very detailed information about every possible concept or things that he has ever done in his entire life. It was really, I mean, it was funny. But he hated the German government. He said that his girlfriend, he's like in his 60s, and he has a girlfriend. He was divorced once with some kids. I think his youngest son was 22 or something. But he said that the German government would tax his self-employed girlfriend who does like tutoring upwards of like 80%. Like 80% tax. But then because of like some other particular like thing related to taxes or like just other issues, her bank had frozen her money, like had frozen her account. And so she couldn't even like pay her taxes, which just like perpetuated things to be even worse. And so he actually had to like pay some of her taxes and help take care of her and shit. And he just like despised the German government because he felt that it was like turning against his people. And like he would talk about like all the different like regulations all the homes now have for like climate stuff and, you know, carbon CO2 bullshit, and just like how much that was costing. Like, you know, you have he was saying about like, imagine being a 65-year-old who's like worked his whole life to eventually get a pension, and you spend your whole life paying off your mortgage, and then finally you are in retirement and you think you paid off your stuff and you're good to go, and then all of a sudden the German government tells you that you have to make all these renovations that are going to cost you another like 200,000, you know, Deutschmarks or whatever the fuck, euros or whatever currency they're using. And now you can't pay it. You can't make the renovations to like fit the climate bullshit that they want you to fit. And so they say, okay, well, just sell your house. Sell your house and go rent. And I don't know, it was just so sad. It just sounded, you know, he was telling me about like a thing that happened there recently where a dude was trying to stop someone from like stabbing someone else. And so the person like apprehended the guy who was stabbing. When the police got there, they arrested the guy who was trying to apprehend the guy who was stabbing somebody. And then while he was arresting the guy who was apprehending the stabber turned around and like stabbed the cop and killed the cop. And I was just like, Jesus Christ, that sounds terrible. No, obviously I'm sure it's probably not that way if you live in the Black Forest or something like that, but I don't know. It just, anyways, long story short, him and his girlfriend were moving to Belize, which was, I guess, near Mexico or something, or is it in Mexico? Like below Mexico? And he says there it's, you know, he feels free. You know, he feels like he can do whatever he wants and live his life, and he wants to live out the rest of his life there and stuff. He seemed to have a pretty, like, he was in the military. He told me his entire life story. He does like architectural engineering and all this kind of shit. Belize is in Mexico. Okay, cool. Thank you. Sorry. I don't know. It's interesting to hear other people's stories. The one person, like the Australian woman that was like traveling next to me, she worked on like ergonomics and stuff within engineering. Came across quite a few engineers, and basically like kind of worked on like the design aspects of like, you know, the psychology of people interacting with like things. Like when you walk through the airport, like when you see signs, like what is your mind picture when you see those signs, and does it convey to you the appropriate information to like efficiently get to where you want to go and shit like that. But, you know, she does that on like trains. So like if you're a train operator, she wants to make sure that the ergonomics of the operation of the train makes, you know, sense. Davis Wall, thank you for the 5. Says Joel rules. Night friends. See you, Davis. Thank you. I talked to everyone on the plane, just the people that sat next to me. I talked to this one kid from Melbourne to Perth, and he played footy. He told me to go to a footy game, which is like a, you know, Australian football. But then whenever I was like planning on going there on that Wednesday or whatever for the game, it was a different day. So I think he told me the wrong day, which was kind of funny. But he had one of those mullet haircuts that a lot of random people had. But I guess that makes more sense within like the rugby footy culture. Did you get a direct flight, or which route did you go? It was Baltimore to Dallas, and then Dallas to Melbourne, and then Melbourne to Perth, and then fucking Perth to Brisbane, and then Brisbane to LAX, which, by the way, LAX fucking sucks. It's a shitty airport, it's like, I don't know, for as busy as it is, it's definitely not as cool as all the other sky malls I've been in. I just expected it to be like way cool. I think I'd been there before, actually. I think, yeah, back in like 2019, but I kind of forgot, and it stinks. You want to hear the end of the story? Yeah, we'll get back to it here. Did you notice any interesting overhead lighting while there? Overhead lighting. Well, the toilets have like two options, which was interesting, where you could do like half a gallon flush or like full gallon flush. I mean, I would just do full gallon flush and just to do it, just because it was cool, I love water. And then like a lot of the plugs actually have like individual switches on the plugs, so you like plug in and then turn the switch on to activate the charge to the plug. Also, the plugs that they have there are different, so you have to get an adapter, though it was kind of convenient because like some of the plugs actually had USB options on there already. So it's almost like USB has become the universally accepted charging concept within like most places across the world. You rank it up there with the Phoenix airport. Was Phoenix bad? Did I get the Boeing? I think all of them were Boeings. There might have been some that were Airbuses, but every time I saw the Boeing thing, I was like, oh god, they're gonna blow me up. They're gonna blow me up. I talked about Epstein too many times. Just kidding. I don't know who he is. I never heard of the guy. He must have had some very wealthy and very powerful partners to get his hands on all my personal information so fast. For all I know, they hired one of AIS's competitors, which, let me tell you, would have set them back an astonishing amount of money if they wanted to get their info in that kind of time frame. Then, after we shook on our little agreement, Tony and his heavies left me in a ransacked bedroom, having taken all my notebooks and dictation tapes with them. I left Crossley, with my tail between my legs, having been dramatically and unexpectedly outmatched. I told my bosses everything, that I'd been compromised, that my family was at risk, and to their credit, they made arrangements to ensure their safety. But more importantly to me, I told Robbie's parents everything too. That hadn't been part of the deal between me and Tony, as I think he knew good and well that it was a term that I'd never accept. I told them that, although I had no evidence of it, I knew for certain that Robbie had been manipulated into taking part in an underground boxing match, and I also told them that there was a very good chance that Robbie had sustained fatal injuries during one of those fights, and that the event's organizers had then covered up his death. In all probability, his body would never be found, and his killers would never be brought to justice, and even with all the information I was able to forward to the police, Tony would be on the run, knowing full well that his part in the operation had been compromised. I apologized to Robbie's parents, over and over again, for not being able to bring their son home. But they showed patience and strength of spirit that were the... Oh. My Boeing works for your brother, yikes. What are you talking about? overhead lighting referring to UFOs. Yeah, I didn't see any UFOs. O'Hare Airport is also not great. Yeah, I used to go through O'Hare quite a bit if I ever like left. And yeah, I don't recall it being. Well, that was the thing, is I was always amazed when I get to like other airports that had like a shit ton of like malls or like just like shops and stuff, because I don't recall O'Hare's really being too interesting. I just remember like being in LAX and there was like really nowhere to hide from people. You know, some places had like places you could chill and kind of sit and get away a little bit, but like it seemed like LAX like really wanted you to just like sit and stare in the faces of every passerby, absorb all their stink and disease. But they showed patience and strength of spirit. That was the closest evidence I've come across for there being a big... Oh. But they showed patience and strength of spirit, and that was the closest evidence I've come across for there being a big man upstairs. They told me what I'd done was enough, that I brought them more answers and more closure than the police had in almost a year of investigating. It didn't matter to them that Robbie's killers mightn't have faced justice and mightn't. It didn't matter to them that Robbie's killers mightn't face justice in life because, in their opinion, the justice they'd face in the great thereafter would be far greater than anything they'd have to suffer on Earth. Holy chips. Okay. So I think these ones are substantially shorter. I don't know, just flying on a plane kind of sucks, you know what I mean? Like, I will say, though, like, Qantas, which is, like, one of the flight companies in Australia, I genuinely think, like, I don't know, just the airport experience in Australia, flying with Qantas, was just, like, way better than the shit in America. It just seemed like there was, like, a degree of, like a higher degree of like respect for their job, I suppose. That doesn't mean the other airlines were really that bad. I'm not like flying with like Spirit or anything like that, but I don't know. Everything just felt cleaner in the Australian airports and like more efficient. LAX is overwhelming and you're shin to calf with everyone. Yeah, it's like, it does feel really small. Even the shopping area just feels like you're all siphoned into one spot. Qantas is what they fly in Inception. That's awesome. It's always funny in like movies, like movies or like planes and movies and shit. They always like make it seem like everyone's flying in like your fucking living room, you know what I mean? Like the amount of, because even like in business class, which I didn't fly, I flew economy, which it's not that I regret it, it's just it's so fucking expensive. It's the same reason that like paying $5,000 for Gucci is like, I would never do that. Like if you were doing like a $2,000 round flight, you know, to Australia, like if you wanted to fly business or whatever, it would like immediately bring, or like first class or whatever it's called, it would immediately bring your flight cost up to like over $10,000, and that is just like psychotic to me. Like I could never imagine paying that much money for basically the same experience. But then all of a sudden you like get on the plane and you see the royalty sitting at the front, you know, like filing their nails and being like hand-fed gold, and you're like, damn, that actually looks like a lot of leg room. Yeah, I was kind of curious. I was like, wonder if I could have got, like, if I would have taken, like, some degree of sleeping pill or something to pass out with on the flight, but I don't know. I was able to, like, pass out here and there. Hot towels and sleepy beds. I wish they had hot towels. I think we got just, like, cold, wet rags They would throw them in our faces while we were sleeping. They would go, "Here you go. This one has someone's period blood on it. Rah. Get ready, you're gonna be fighting in the fucking cockfight in the back soon." What? And it's just a giant fucking rooster. But you're also a rooster. You have a 20-hour flight? Where are you flying to? I think the worst investigation I ever worked on seemed like your basic proof of infidelity job. Oh, damn. I'd get first class, thank you. Yeah, dude, I'd be so sick. That would be so sick for those long flights if you had, like, just your own little fucking stupid room, you know what I mean? Your own little room with a little bed, and you can just chill in there and be on your gaming laptop, or your Game Boy, or your phone, and just, like, lay down and fucking pass out and watch movies. Why don't I just buy a private jet? That probably would have been about as much as paying first class. Do erotomania horse. What's erotomania? I think the worst investigation I ever worked on seemed like your basic proof of infidelity. I can't say that word. Infidelity. I think the worst investigation I ever worked on seemed like your basic proof of infidelity job at first. We got a call from a client who thought his wife was cheating on him with the guy she worked with. He was away on business a lot, and he'd had his suspicions for some time, but to get solid evidence, he called us. I guess some of you might be asking, why not just set up nanny cams or go through her phone to find the receipts? Well, there's a very simple explanation for that. Digital literacy. The client was in his 60s, but his wife was in her 20s. He knew she was cheating, but he just couldn't get that clean break divorce without evidence of prenup breaking infidelity. And when it came to getting a hold of that evidence, his wife always seemed to be 2 steps ahead. He said that when he first suspected his wife of having her boyfriend over to their place, he installed nanny cams to try and catch them in the act. And then somehow, they figured out the cameras were there and just changed the venues so they wouldn't get caught. Next thing, he tried stealing her phone, thinking he'd have time to guess the password and go through her emails and whatnot. She had it bricked before he even got a chance to try, and some tech kid wanted 4 figures to break past the security to retrieve all the data stored on the thing. We only asked him for half the figure to get us photographic evidence of an intimate rendezvous. Nothing salacious, of course, but incriminating enough to get him that swift and uncostly divorce he wanted so bad. The wife wasn't dumb. She stayed away from her boyfriend while hubby was in town. But you know what they say, when the cat's away, the mice will play. So to help catch her, hubby plans a fake business trip, but doesn't even leave the city, stays in this nice hotel downtown. He then pays us to tail his wife while demanding updates every 5 minutes. And so that was me for 5 nights of my life, following this broad and her boyfriend around the city while my partner sat in the passenger seat taking pictures wherever they went. Every night, he'd take her out to his condo in the suburbs, then every morning, he'd drive her back home. They had no clue that they were being followed, especially at night when it was dark and the places they went were high traffic. I was on the night team, 8 p.m. till 8 a.m., and since the boyfriend drove the target back home so early, my partner and I would be there to see it, bleary-eyed and wired on Dunkin' coffees. But then this one morning, Loverboy came out all alone, looking like he hadn't slept a wink all night, but was somehow headed to the gym all bright and early. Guy had a hoodie and shorts on, then after tossing a very full-looking gym bag into the trunk of his car, he took off. At first, my partner and I are all jokes. I woke him up, pointed to our guy, then probably made some inappropriate joke about how he and the client's wife had been up all night. Obviously, we recognized that this was slightly a different routine for them, but the significance of it was totally lost on us until much later that day. Like I said, my partner and I were on night duty, so maybe an hour or so after spotting our bleary-eyed lover boy walking on... Bleary... Grendel, what's up, dude? And Aaron, what's up? Dude, I don't even know about the whole marriage thing, man. You just end up like this. I mean, granted, this is a unique situation with a big age gap here, but I don't even know, dude. It's just weird to think, like, you jump into these kinds of things with the hopes that life is gonna be fucking all guns and roses, and it ends up being Metallica played as a cover by a synthwave band who uses 8-bit MIDI platform. I don't know, but yeah, and what's the point of cheating? Like, it's just weird. Like, what's the point of getting married, and what's the point of cheating? I don't even know. I don't even know if marriage, if we're monkeys, dude, I don't think monkeys are supposed to get married. Like, they can have sex like every other animal, but it's like getting the legal aspects of it just seems so complicated. I mean, yeah, if this husband enjoyed to sit in the corner and watch and didn't have to worry about her leaving him and taking all of his money, I think he would be in a pretty good spot, and so would she. But it's like, you create all these like arbitrary agreements with said partner under the assumption that it just will work forever kind of thing, and it's just, oh yeah, I think it's above 50% now, honestly, which is crazy. What a terrible investment. Like, would you invest in Bitcoin or something, some cryptocurrency, or I don't know, any sort of investment that you knew had some sort, like a 60% chance of losing all of the money? Like, it just doesn't make logical sense anymore. I simply statistically avoided my first divorce. Now women my age aren't interested in marriage. Most have already tried at least once. That's interesting, yeah. Marriage equals crypto coin, yeah. Marriage equals investing in whatever, like, Boogie 2298 is trying to sell you, or when Logan Paul tries to tell you to buy Dink Doink. That's what marriage might be. Would my opinion change if I was genuinely in love, do you think? Even that, it's like, I feel like you can love someone and just, like, continue to love them forever. You know, if you just, like, you can pair bond with them and make kids and live a happy life, and just I don't know, make a voiced agreement to one another, like, hey, don't have sex with other people. Or if you're in one of those relationships where that's cool, then you've figured that shit out. I don't know if I would ever be cool with that, but I don't know. In a prenup, if the partner cheats, they get nothing. In this day and age, people will be so quick to give up their relationship thinking there's better out there instead of working things out. Yeah. Marriage is a religious institution. Yeah, I mean, it's more legal at this point. It's more of a money-making operation. Maybe a slight tax break, I don't even know. Probably good to get married if you're ever going to have kids. Yeah, but I mean, if you agree to stay with each other, like, yeah, I guess aside from if the tax break or whatever, if it makes other legal things easier, then maybe marriage is the key. But I know some happy people who have children together but just aren't married, you know, and I'm like, oh, you're not married? And they're like, no, I don't know. I'm like, are you going to get married? And they're like, I don't know. I don't think so. We're just together, you know? And I'm like, that makes sense, you know, because if somebody fucks up, you don't have to go through a big legal fucking hassle where you pay the lawyer a shit ton of money and somebody else takes a bunch of money or you split it, and it's just like everybody has their own thing and maybe has something lined up or whatever to take care of stuff, and you just try to make it work, and it's not. I just sometimes it's like marriage. It seems like more complicated than it should be, Oh, that's true. I guess, yeah, the marriage could. I wonder if the boyfriend. Well, yeah, I guess. Right, yeah. I guess if he didn't expect to die, then wouldn't expect to have to make a will to pass the house specifically to the girlfriend. What would you do if a brat was telling you to mind you up? Oh, that's dangerous. Your parents got married after knowing each other for 3 months. They lasted 5 years. Yeah, I don't know, dude. I don't know. Sometimes people make it work, you like I was, when I was watching Love on the Spectrum and shit. And I don't know if you've seen the character Sabad or Sabod. His parents are from India, I think, and they met each other like in one day and then got married. And then they've just been like married, for 900 years at this point. And granted, it's a different culture. Maybe it's great. It brings great shame if you don't stick it out, and maybe they have much more patience built into their character. But it definitely can work with short-term notice, but it also has a chance to be a fucking disaster too. I don't know. I have no clue, dude. Yeah, you've been married 30 years. That's fucking awesome. That's fucking. I'm happy for you. I'm happy that is working out. Like I said, my partner and I were on night duties, so maybe an hour or so after spotting our red-eyed lover boy walking out of his condo alone, we handed over to the day team. We went home, got some sleep, then once we were ready to go again, I got in touch with the day team to find out where they were so we could switch over. To my amazement, they were still parked outside of Loverboy's condo. He hadn't returned home from work, and as far as they knew, our client's wife hadn't left the condo either. Our day team figured the pair of them had a heavy night of drinking and dancing, among other things, but then by the time 8 p.m. came around and neither the wife nor her boyfriend had been spotted, they started to wonder if something was going on. They told us all that... They told us all that, but granted, it was only maybe 8 p.m. at the time. The wife could have been lying in bed all day, stuffing her face with cheese doodles while her boyfriend was off doing whatever. I remember telling my partner, 20 bunks. I got 20 bunks on that. I remember telling my partner, $20 says he's back before dark. Guy must be running on fumes already. And a few hours later, I was handing over that 20, still looking at the guy's empty parking spot. We didn't have anything else to do but sit there in our car, watching the condo and any signs of the wife. She was our follow, not her boyfriend, and if at any point we felt like we needed to track him to find her, then we'd deal with that situation as we came to it. So for the second night in a row, we sat outside Loverboy's condo, bored out of our skulls. Then, since we were almost constantly in touch with the client, and we were obliged to be frank regarding the status of our investigation, we had to level with them. There had been no sign of his wife or her boyfriend for 24 hours, give or take, any longer, and we have to consider the possibility that they knew that they were being followed and given us the slip. The client basically told us, okay, keep me updated, and then left us to do our thing. We waited all night, but still, there was no sign of either the target or her boyfriend. So by that point, we're thinking the wife had tricked us into waiting there while she snuck out a back door or something. We called our boss, and he agreed that we should go check out the client's home to see if there was any activity there. Like a bedroom or hallway light on, any indicator that she'd gone back there instead. There was no sign of anyone there, but soon after, it was no longer our problem. The day team took over for the next 12 hours, and it was our turn to get some well-deserved rest. Then, come 8 p.m. and our handover, we learned that there had been no activity at the client's house, but no activity at the boyfriend's condo either. The day team had tried a bunch of other places too, all regular hangouts of Loverboy and our client's wife, but there was no sign of them there either. That meant 36 hours of no contact, which is not what our clients pay us for. But then right as we're trying to think of a way to get back on track, we get a call from our boss. The client had reached out with some real concerning news. His wife had been due to meet a friend for a dinner date, but hadn't showed. Equally concerned, her friend had called her husband, our client, saying that she hadn't texted over any kind. Hi, kitty. Don't piss on anything ever again, or you're gonna be sent to the farm, where he's gonna work for the rest of his days. She's probably in that duffel bag, yeah. I don't even know. Just all of the fucking shit I've observed of people's marriages, and it just seems like a fucking headache, you know? It just seems like a big headache, and you like to sit there and tell yourself that, like, oh, I'll be the good one. I'll be the one that makes shit work for whatever, but I mean, I've had friends for long periods of time, but there are also long periods of time where I just, like, don't talk to those friends, I feel like it would be kind of, like, abstract to just, like, always be around someone all the time forever. Like, how would you even do that? Like, I literally have best friends where I'm like, catch up with them later at some point. We'll hang, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Is that weird? Is it normal to just, like, be around someone all the time forever? Yo, ever had boba? Yeah, boba tea. Can your duffel bag hold 8 heads? I think only like 6. Married but sleep in different rooms. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I wouldn't be surprised, people have sex and, then they just go about their other stuff or whatever, or maybe they get really annoyed if someone's snoring or something, or they just want their space to, like, sprawl out. Like, I don't blame people. Like, people always criticize others for, like, abstract or weird relationships or not doing it, it's just, not everyone's the same. And honestly, I think most of us are actually more the same than we realize. Do any of your IRL friends know you're YouTube famous? Yeah, I mean, every one of them know it. They're like, Joel hasn't had a normal job for quite a while. That'd be such a funny thing, like, just for the past 10 years, like, hiding that I did YouTube, and just, like, imagine if I convinced them that I was a drug dealer, and then that was the big reveal. I'm like, just kidding, YouTuber, same thing. Chi-Chi, thank you. Have Disney standards when it comes to marriage, but that's nowhere near reality, which further disappoints, which ultimately leads to both hating one another. That's true too. Your brain could be conditioned to thinking that, like, marriage is supposed to be like this perfect all the time experience or whatever, but I don't know. What would be, like, what is, like, if you had to be realistic, like, what would be your perfect, your marriage? What would it be? You'd marry a YouTuber with no prenup. There you go. Now you made it. Tell me you're a CIA agent, but then tell them not to tell you. Don't tell not tell anybody. I'm a CIA agent. I like to chit-chat with the locals. Get a lay of the land, you know? Grow out my stash. Wear some cool shades. Maybe do a little bit of cockfight gambling. You dated someone for 9 years without even a ring, never again? Yeah, I mean, I guess technically that could be like if he would have gave you the ring 2 years into it, and then, you know, you ended it at the, you know, at the end of the 9 years, it would just be a divorce then at that point. So it's almost like you, if it was leading in that direction anyways, it sounds like you got out of a, you know, no headache, no money type situation. Did you hear about the girl in Australia whose stepdad subscribed to her OnlyFans? He's just supporting the family business. Separate apartments and got together 2 or 3 times a week to watch movies and bone. Maybe go to a restaurant. That sounds chill. Your uncle and his girlfriend been together for 11 years, no signs of marriage. Yeah, I mean, if you didn't even, like, if you were born and you didn't even know what the word marriage was, you just knew that, like, people pair bonded and had sex with each other and hung out a lot, you know, it would be no different to you, you know. Marriage in a lot of ways is just like words and contracts. Yeah, he gets a family discount. 5%. Equally concerned, her friend had called her husband, our client, saying that she hadn't texted over any kind of cancellation and wasn't answering any calls either. Obviously, the loss of contact. Obviously, the loss of contact was concerning, but having one of her friends being on the verge of reporting her missing, that suggested a whole other level of urgency was required. We had to make sure that she wasn't still in Loverboy's condo. The only question was, how? Since it was only a few minutes past 9, I figured that I might be able to catch the building superintendent so I could run an old scam on them and try to get a look inside the room. I told my partner to stay put, got out of the car, then just walked right up to the apartment building and tried to open the door. To my luck, and his misfortune, they had the poor superintendent guy doubling as security, so as soon as I started loudly trying to open the door without a key, he came running to see who I was. I started explaining that I was looking for a friend of mine, how I hadn't seen him in a few days and how I was worried about him. The guy started giving me all that, I can't let you in without prior permission. But I turned the Hollywood up to 11 and started giving the guy this whole sob story about how he'd recently been diagnosed with cancer and was taking it real hard. That and his mom was in the hospital with a busted hip, having fallen down the stairs when she heard the news and fainted. I laid it on thick for the guy, said whatever tear-jerking thing came to mind, and in the end, he agreed to show me into Loverboy's apartment, so long as it was under his strict supervision. Mission accomplished, right? If the wife was in there, I could say that I was mistaken and that I must have given the wrong address. Sure, this was getting a little too close. Sure, that was getting a little too close to the target for comfort, but these weren't your regular circumstances anymore. The client wasn't just concerned for his wife's fidelity anymore. He had a bad feeling that she might have stolen a bunch of jewelry from him, then ran off with Loverboy after losing their tail. He hadn't told us that was a possibility before, but when he did, it made the situation time-critical, so to speak. Anyway, we head up the stairs to the second floor, and the guy lets me into the condo that we've been staking out. He opens the door for me, reminding me that he's about to tail me everywhere, then off we go into the TV room, the kitchen, and eventually the bedroom. I went to open it, and found the door was locked. I call out, not specifically to the wife, just to anybody, but no one replies. The guy then starts saying how no one's home, but I start explaining how we definitely need to get that bedroom door open because I'm scared that my buddy has done something terrible, either to himself or someone else. He says he doesn't have the keys to the doors inside of these units, which was understandable, but then as he was talking, he suddenly stops, his eyes go wide, and he points down at my hand. There was blood, like old half-dried stuff smeared across my lower fingers and palm, all from where I'd gripped the door handle. And my adrenaline starts pumping. I tell the guy to call the cops because either they're going to have to arrest me for criminal damage or they're going to want to see whatever the hell was behind that locked bedroom door. I knew I'd have to stay anyway. I had friggin' forensics all over my hands, so when the guy agreed to go get the cops, I just hung out in the hallway outside and called my partner to let him know things had taken a real dark turn up there. We suspected the worst, but having it confirmed didn't make it any easier. The cops arrived with a whole team. They got the bedroom door open, and there she was, lying on the floor, strangled. We didn't find out until much later on, but the wife had actually tried to break it off with Loverboy after a night on the town. She thought one last blowout would soften the blow. But after too many cocktails, the guy wasn't anywhere near as level-headed as she figured he might be, and somehow he came to the decision that he couldn't have her, and no one could. If he could. Oh my god, my eyes are fucking burning, dude. What time is it? 3:21. Oh my god. But after too many cocktails, the guy wasn't anywhere near as level-headed as she figured he might be, and somehow he came to the decision that if he couldn't have her, no one could. That morning when we saw him, wearing his workout gear and looking like he hadn't slept, he'd murdered our client's wife less than an hour before. We'd been sat there in our car having no clue that a murder was happening less than 100 years. 100 years. We were sat there in our car having no clue that a murder was happening less than 100 yards away. And it makes me sick to think about, even all these years later, knowing that we were so close but there was nothing we could have done to stop it. I heard Loverboy went to prison for first-degree murder and that the rich client remarried not long after. And I have a ton of stories from my time as a PI, but that's by far the one that haunts me the most. Oh, man. What's up, Jordan? It's the cat piss fumes, yeah, dude. I think I cleaned it pretty well. It was on hardwood or linoleum or whatever. Got the clothes, fucking sprayed down the floor with cleaner, and then I take, like, what the fuck is it? Rubbing alcohol and kind of, like, dump it over top of the area as well, and then just scrub the shit out of that. And there always just seems to be something with rubbing alcohol that really works well to clean various things. And then I, like, ultra sprayed it with different smells afterwards, and it seemed to be good. But I don't know. I don't know if, like, the second, like, cat piss touches a fucking floor that it's just, like, ruined. I have no clue. What's this? Does cat pee ruin? Cat urine can potentially damage hardwood floors, but the extent of damage depends on how quickly and thoroughly it cleaned up. Here's some quick action, proper cleaning. Pet urine to help neutralize the odor and help remove any residue. Enzymatic cleaners are particularly effective as they break down the proteins in the urine cause. Enzymatic cleaners. I feel like I was quick on it because he was like doing it as I like fucking walked out. I'm like, what the fuck? Party! You crazy kitty. Oh, fuck. One more. Let me, I'll be right back. I'm gonna fill my water and get some sleepy time shit. Yeah, how does 100 degrees Fahrenheit feel? Is it like a dry heat? 'Cause I know like in Florida when it gets like 90s and shit, you go outside and you feel like you walk into like a wall of humidity. $110 SoCal, damn. I was a private detective in Michigan for 4 years following a long career in law enforcement. And ironically, it was during what was intended to be 4 short, quiet years that I encountered my most frightening and disturbing case. Our agency received a call from a woman who suspected her husband of having an affair. She said that she knew he was lying when he claimed to be working late, but essentially said that she couldn't deal with the emotional stress of personally uncovering the affair, if one was indeed taking place. And that's where I came in. If the client's husband was engaged in an extramarital affair, then it was my job to compile as much photographic evidence as possible before presenting said evidence to the client. On the surface, it was pretty standard PI work, the kind of thing that makes up about 30 to 40% of all of our time. But in actual fact, it was one of the most disturbingly mystifying events of my entire career. So, as ever... God damn it. But in actual fact, it was one of the most disturbing and mystifying events of my entire career. So as I've already touched on, the client had already done some of the preliminary work herself. She was fine with him working late, and at first, she was proud of him for sacrificing his time for the good of their children. But her real suspicions began when their rather active love life petered out, before dropping off completely. Her husband then started to act increasingly withdrawn and seemed disinterested in pretty much anything that wasn't work-related. She said that she tried talking to him, but he just brushed the whole thing off like she was simply imagining things. Then, an accident where he'd proven God, Pradeep just keeps scratching the shit out of stuff. I hate that he tries to get my attention with negative things, man. That shit's so silly. How do you train a cat to be talk English? Excuse me, I would like attention. He's just always mad. Always mad about something. Then, an accident where he'd proven a little overprotective of his cell phone provided to be the final straw, as in the client's husband seemed to descend into a minor panic at the prospect of her gaining unfettered access to it. Since she couldn't gain access to any of his devices, she decided to check in with his place of work to see if he really was working late. When she found out that was a lie, she attempted to follow him one evening after he clocked out of work, but when she saw him driving toward the city limits, she didn't have the nerve to follow him. Her husband didn't work late every night, so we had to wait for a call from the client. But when we did, I got into position and then tailed him after he got out of work at around 5:30. Just like his wife had said, he drove for miles towards the city limits and then drove a few more miles out into the country before turning down a dirt road. I didn't immediately follow him. That's not something you'd ever do during a covert pursuit, not unless it was a life-or-death kind of situation. If the dirt road had a dead end, I could possibly give myself away, so the thing to do was to keep going, pull over, and then use Google Maps to take a look where the road led to. According to Google, the dirt road led to 2 places, the first being the next stretch of highway over, and the other being some kind of industrial facility. At first, I figured the whole job had been a complete false alarm, because if he was driving out to some industrial site, it was most likely work-related, right? But just to be certain, I started looking into the company that owned the site and how it might be related to the husband's employment, figuring I might as well since I was pulled over and had my phone in hand. I saw that the site in question, according to Google, was permanently closed. And while that didn't mean the husband was there for legitimate reasons, it did raise my suspicions a little. I gotta fucking itch my face. Sad and scared for 2 weeks. He had people looking after him and stuff, like, pretty frequently. But yeah, I guess if they weren't here all the time, it would have been pretty unfortunate. And while that didn't mean the husband was there for legitimate reasons, it did raise my suspicions a little. So instead of just sitting there and peering at satellite images from 2013, I decided to double back, turn down the dirt road I'd seen the husband go down, and then go check out the industrial compound for myself. I pull up outside the gates, only to see a very derelict-looking place, all rusted shipping containers and falling down warehouses. Again, it didn't preclude the possibility that the husband was professionally involved in some way, but I still didn't know if he was actually there. I couldn't see his car, and for all I knew, he'd carried on down the road to that other stretch of highway. I'd have to tail him again to get a concrete idea of where he was going, but luckily, that's exactly where the guy was headed. Next time I tailed him, and he turned down that dirt road, I followed at a distance. Come on, dude, what are you doing? You want to go out in the garage? I'm gonna let him out in the garage. Let him piss out there. Maybe. I mean, God, I hope he doesn't piss anywhere else. Because you just worry that, like, and everything's clean in the litter box, too, so I'm just like, fuck. Again, it didn't preclude the possibility that the husband was professionally involved in some way, but I still didn't know if he was actually there. I couldn't see his car, and for all I knew, he'd carried on down the dirt road to that other stretch of highway. I'd have to tail him again to get a concrete idea of where he was going, but luckily, that's exactly where the guy was headed. Next time, I tailed him and he turned down the dirt road, and I followed at a distance. Then, when we got to the chained-up gates of the derelict industrial compound, the husband stopped his car and then got out just as I rolled past him. I could see him watching me out of my rear view, just standing next to his car, still as a statue, and he waited until I was way down the dirt track before he moved again. I managed to hover at the very end of the track long enough where it met the highway, then I caught a glimpse of the client's husband driving his car in to the derelict industrial God damn it, man. I managed to hover at the very end of the track long enough where it met the highway that I caught a glimpse of the client's husband driving his car into the derelict industrial complex. Then when I circled back to take a look, the chain on the compound's gate had been locked again, but when I peered past its iron bars, there was no parked cars anywhere to be seen. I did a brief check of the fencing around the compound and found it all so rusted and dilapidated that breaking in would be relatively easy. Obviously, we were in touch with the client at every stage of the investigation, but as you can probably guess, she wanted to know what was in that compound just as much as I did, or more accurately. Or more accurately, she wanted to know what her husband was doing there if he wasn't working in some capacity. The client was still insistent on getting conclusive evidence, or at least proving once and for all that her husband wasn't being unfaithful. As a private detective, I had something of an advantage in this situation. When I was a cop, there was no way that I could just force my way onto private property like that, not unless I could handle the whole heap of trouble that would be headed my way if I was caught doing so. But as a PI, the worst thing that could happen, on the legal side of things anyways, would be getting trespassing by some cops. This obviously gave me a lot more operational maneuverability and meant that I could get into the compound and finish it. Oh my god. Fuck. This obviously gave me... I can't even, read right. Jesus Christ. So close to... Fuck me. I really didn't want to, fuck up my sleep schedule again with the shit. Oh my god. I, was fine yesterday. I was like, alright, cool. I'll just go to bed at midnight tonight. Fuck me, man. I just, never have a normal sleep schedule. But it's my fault. This obviously gave me a lot more operational maneuverability and meant that I could get into the compound and finish the job without having to worry about getting my ass fired. I didn't try and break into the compound until I'd received implicit instructions from the client. After all, a risk was still a risk, and I didn't want to take one unless I absolutely had to. But once we got the okay and a call saying the husband was working late again, I readied myself to collect the conclusive proof that the client was paying us. Fuck. Oh my god. It's like I get on a roll and I just can't fucking keep going. Keep going, man. Lost in the mood with the 20 months. I appreciate the late stream. Thank you, my friend. Good to see you. Thank you for the 20 months. But once we got the okay and a call saying the husband was working late again, I readied myself to collect the conclusive proof that the client was paying us for. I repeated the process of following the husband from his place of work to the abandoned industrial site. But then, instead of immediately following him to his apparent destination, I continued down the highway for around 10 to 15 minutes before doubling back towards the site. Whatever he was doing, and whoever he was doing it with, I wanted to catch them in the act, Not walk in on them setting up or just talking or whatever and potentially jeopardize the entire investigation. It'd be a delicate operation, but it also perfectly illustrates why I was so reluctant to let go of my vocation, even after the standard retirement age. While many of my peers were content to move down to Florida Keys and spend their twilight years just fishing, I knew right from the second I even heard the word retirement that I'd miss the adrenaline rush that came with the sharp edge of detective work. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I was actually pumped to break into that site, track down my target, and catch him in the act. Not so much out of any ill feeling towards him, I just wanted to get to the bottom of this mystery. As I said, I waited around 20 to 30 minutes before... Wait till I have kids. What, with sleep? Is it really fucked? That's what my one friend was saying. He, his baby is I don't even know, a year and something? 18 months? 17 months? I don't fucking know, but... I think they said, his sleep was fucked for, 8 months or something. Just, to the point of, delirium. And that sounds so unfun, man. It sounds so fucking unfun. Losing this. I mean, I, would love to have kids, but, just the loss of sleep would fucking just suck so much arse. Is Google pushing you unreasonably in order to get you to either quit or max the liver? No, I'm just strict to my schedule of, Monday and Thursday videos now, and I just hate missing a day, and then if I don't do it and sleep, I have other shit I gotta get done tomorrow too, so then when would I have time to like continue recording? I'm not sure, and it just would be a further headache, Yours are 10 and 8 and your sleep is never recovered. Damn. Is it easier to discipline a child if they're actually yours? I think it seems like that way for people. Like, whenever kids are bad around me, I feel bad. I feel like I can't, be the one to be like, hey, like, in a very stern voice. Like, I don't want them to dislike me, you know what I mean? But it's pretty clear that, like, anybody else I know that has kids is like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? What the fuck? Put that down, now. Hey, no. The energy is clearly there to just, like, tell them to fucking cut it out. Then, after getting inside and armed with a flashlight, a video camera, and my 9mm, I set about searching that derelict industrial site for any sign of the client's husband. I feel like I missed a part. Did I miss the fuck? I don't even know where the fuck I am. Put that fire out. Yeah. As I said, I waited around 30... God. I have a good voice. Thank you. I appreciate you. As I said, I waited around 20 to 30 minutes. I'm just like seeing shit, dude. What the fuck? As I said, I waited around 20 to 30 minutes before parking my car on the dirt road, and then I searched for the weaker section of the fence that I'd spotted on my first time around. Then after getting inside, and armed with a flashlight, a video camera, and my 9mm, I set about searching the derelict industrial site for any sign of the client's husband. The place was huge, blocks and blocks of old warehouses and what appeared to be abandoned manufacturing facilities. But the gaps between them were wide enough to drive a vehicle down, and eventually I came across a group of them, all parked outside of this one gray stone building that looked different from the others. At that point, I switched on the video camera, making sure to get a shot of the husband's vehicle, along with its registration. At this point, I switched on the video camera, making sure to get a shot of the husband's vehicle, along with its plate. But just as I got the shot, I started to hear something. Real faint at first, but it got louder and louder as I approached the building. It was the sound of something crying out, and what sounded like pain. But it sounded muffled, too, like either they were gagged or someone was covering their mouth with a hand. At that point, I slid my flashlight back into the holster on my belt and then grabbed my pistol instead. My heart rate was beginning to pick up, and although I wouldn't say that I was scared, I was extremely apprehensive. Like I said earlier, I thought the job was going to be your basic tail 'em and tape 'em kind of deal. So to hear those screams was to realize that this wasn't your basic PI work at all. This was something different. I remember creeping towards the front doors to the big concrete building and thinking to myself, this is a real dumb idea. There was a good chance that I'd be outnumbered and possibly outgunned too, God forbid, but the prospect of abandoning whoever was in there screaming, that was something I couldn't allow myself to do. I guess more out of practice than principle, but still, I couldn't just walk away. So I opened up the door, crept inside, and then carried on walking on... So I opened up the door, crept inside, and carried on walking very gently towards the source of the screaming, which appeared to be inside a room down a dusty, dark corridor. And there was a pattern to it, too. The screams would start up, these skin-crawling growls and yelps, then they'd die off again. In between the screams, I'd hear voices, some laughing, some talking, and then the screams would start up again just as loud as before. I got closer and closer until eventually I think I'm right outside. That sounded weird. Joining Mr. Ballin on another podcast. You're my favorite next to Mr. Ballin. Oh, yeah, that would be great. I would love to go on his podcast or assist him in telling a story. That would be neat. Exactly how to go about getting in contact with him to do that. Or if he even does collaborations, I have no idea. But that would be sick. Because I think he's from PA as well. I got closer and closer until, eventually, I'm right outside the room the screams are coming from. I took a breath, made sure my pistol was locked and loaded, and then burst into the room, only to be greeted by something that looked like a scene from a horror movie. Wait. God damn it. I keep thinking I missed a line or something. Oh my god. I just want to be done. In between the screams, I'd heard voices, some laughing, some talking, and then the screams would start up again just as loud as before. I got closer and closer until eventually I'm right outside the room the screams are coming from. I took a breath, made sure my pistol was locked and loaded, and then burst into the room, only to be greeted by something that looked like a scene from a horror movie. Surrounded by 5 men, a 6th man had been tied to a chair, and by the looks of things, they'd been taking it in. Surrounded by 5 men, a 6th had been tied to a chair, and by the looks of things, they had been taking turns torturing him. He's been stripped to his underwear, had blood dripping from various cuts to his arms and legs, and there were also what looked like burn marks all over his body. First thing I yelled was, "State police, don't move," and that worked like a charm initially. I directed everyone who wasn't tied to a chair to stand facing the wall, except one, who I ordered to untie the victim. I told him not to look at me, but he didn't listen, and the second he saw my video camera, he knew that I wasn't with the cops. I mean, what kind of state cop works alone while carrying a goddamn video camera of all things? He might have figured out who I wasn't, but then again, I wasn't the one with the gun pointed in their face. The guy frees the captive victim from the chair, who's still gagged and can barely walk. They're mumbling something under their gag, something at the time I figured it was either thank you or some variation on that, but I told them to save it until we were actually in the free and clear. The last thing I told those sadistic strangers was that they should stay put, because anyone who came chasing after we... Oh my god. 5th trimester abortion. Jesus Christ. Abort them in college. When they finally get into college. Go to the doctors. The last thing I told those sadistic strangers was that they should stay put, because anyone who came chasing after me would most likely be shot by my backup officers who were currently rushing to the scene. It was a total bluff, but only one of them knew it for certain, and he appeared to have way more sense than I gave him credit for, because he stayed put with his buddies and opted not to get shot. All I remember feeling is relief that the group weren't heavily armed, or that a shootout hadn't erupted as soon as I'd stormed the room they occupied. I still had no idea what was going on at that point, but I knew it was some majorly bad juju, and almost certainly the doing of some organized crime group, which meant that I wanted to get the hell out of there with the victim as fast as humanly possible. I got them to a hospital. They stayed with him until the cops showed up so I could give a statement on what had happened, and after that, it was time to talk to the client about what I'd seen, which I can assure you was not an easy process. I guess no one wants to find out that their spouse had been taking part in the brutal torture of another human being, and that they're better off talking to a defense attorney as opposed to the divorce kind. But in this case, the client took it particularly badly. After that, she no longer desired to retain our services, so we parted ways after sending her a bill. I guess the reason that this one stays with me so much is not because I walked in on something so horrible. It's because I have no idea why it was happening. To this day, I've never heard anything about any Michigan torture case. I don't even know if the husband ended up getting arrested. All I know is that taking that job meant that I was in that right place at the right time to save someone a whole world of life-changing torment. Okay. Holy fuck. Okay, we're done. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Let's go. I gotta read the outro. You guys gotta think of something funny to say. If you're here, you are one of the blessed ones to get to tell me what to say. They get jet lag? Oh yes, very much so. I never really understood what jet lag was, but it was just like, it just means you're on a plane for a long fucking time and your sleep is shitty, you know? Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 7 p.m. EST, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them to my subreddit r/letsreadofficial or over email at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear your story featured on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of this YouTube channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories and big compilations located anywhere you listen to podcasts. All links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, no one sleeps in Australia. Oh, fucking hell. I came from the land down under. Alright, guys. Thank you so much for a warm welcome back from down under. Vegemite was disgusting. I forgot about that. Now I'm reminded again of how terrible it was, like eating throw-up bile. Don't do it. I don't suggest it. But I'm gonna go get some sleep. I will get this up on Patreon first thing. It's only $1 a month over there for early access to all audio. And you can also do a free trial if you want. Test it out, see if you like it. It's pretty dirt cheap. You can do $10 for a whole year of early access, which is dope, or the bonus content, whatever you want. Otherwise, it'll be up on YouTube, same time, same place. Same time, same place. Yeah, tonight at like 9 p.m. All right, auf Wiedersehen. Tschüss. I really used to say that. Tschüss. All right, bye.